Morning, everyone. Good morning. We're going to get started in about 1 minute. So please find your seats, grab that last cup of coffee. Thank you. Morning, everyone. How is everyone doing? Oh, wonderful. Well, welcome back for day 2. I certainly hope you have all enjoyed your stay here at the Emma Line, and you've been enjoying some of the experiences that Charleston, South Carolina has to offer. And at this point, it is time for us to kind of reconvene and get this party started for the day. So let's take a look at the agenda. We're going to hear some topics for consideration for the Work Plan 2025. We're going to have a budget update, cybersecurity, waste tank closure process, and F&H laboratory deactivation project update. Sound like a plan?
Yep.
All right. Now, I may be coming back to you to ask you if you need a little break in between presentations, so make sure you let me know. So let's get started. First up, we have our Work Plan 2025 topics for consideration. We're going to hear from Ms. Avery Hammett, Bert Krapps, and John Clark. Avery, you ready? Yeah?
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Avery Hammett, and I am the DOE liaison to the Facilities Disposition and Site Remediation Committee. And I'm here to present our suggested topics, thank you, for the work plan for this year. Okay. So for topic 1, and Mr. Kilroy, you will be very excited about this, I think. We have SRS use of drones in the cleanup program. And for this one, we are going to go through and show you examples of how we have added the use of drones into our inspection process and some of the innovative ways that we have been using them in our program to streamline and for cost efficiency and for greater coverage during our inspections. The aerial views, we get a much better overlook of some of these waste units. So we are hoping that maybe this will spark some ideas for you guys to help us come up with some other innovative ways that we can streamline the program, either with drones or otherwise. So this, where it says provide a recommendation on other innovative optimization strategies in the cleanup program. So that is one of our presentations. Then the rest of our presentations this year are primarily for information, and a lot of these we give every year. We do the U.S. Forest Service gives us an annual update on their work on site, and as does the Savannah River Ecology Lab. And then we will have one on site historic preservation activities. And in November every year, we give you the annual site environmental report, or ACER presentation. And last year we did it in conjunction with Greg O'Quinn's program, DES's Environmental Surveillance and Oversight Program. So you'll get those again this year. And I skipped over the top two because this is or top four really, because this is a little different this year. In the past, we have asked DES, Susan, and EPA, John Richards, to give a presentation on their role as oversight on the site. But this year, we thought maybe we would expand that a little bit and do it, and this was John Richards' suggestion, but we thought we would maybe add in more of the process of how we take a waste unit through remediation, from characterization all the way through. And so we thought we would use the lower three runs remediation completion as the example for that. So that's why that is on this list. And then another sort of for information program, either in conjunction with that or as a standalone, would be the SRS coal ash beneficial reuse strategy. So it's a little different twist on Susan and John's usual presentation to us. So that'll be kind of the three of us doing it in conjunction, and we haven't brainstormed exactly what that's going to look like yet, but anyway, and we welcome your input on that as well. So that's what I have for you, and if you have any other suggestions for presentations for our committee for this year, we would love to get those ideas, and I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, so we can take questions from the board at this time.
I'll give you that back.
Oh, thank you. Pat.
I know y'all missed me not asking any questions, so anyway, that's why I came today, really. Ask some questions. We can't see the videos of the tops of the buildings.
No, I had those in the site review for clearance process, and they were not cleared in time to bring you those. But we are doing an entire standalone presentation on drones, so you will get to see plenty of drone footage then.
Okay, two things for consideration. I still feel that anytime any of these buildings, the reactors, especially, that they have the capability of having moisture sit up there, because that's why we get the growth of everything, because it takes soil, and the soil blows in there, and then the moisture comes from God Almighty, and it sits there, and plants grow because the seeds grow everywhere. There ought to be consideration, I think, on these buildings, that something ought to be done where moisture does not collect anywhere on these buildings. And the reason is, if it doesn't collect, then you won't have this habitual problem with plants growing up. And I don't know what it's going to take, but I think long term, this is something that needs to be considered, because the moisture sitting up there and the concrete it's made out of, it's going to deteriorate over time. And we're not going to do anything else with these buildings. They're just going to be monuments sitting out there for, thousands of years. And in consideration of that, just sitting out there for thousands of years, they're going to deteriorate. Most concrete starts deteriorating within 80 or 100 years, the concrete we make today. And then so I think there ought to be consideration of something. I go back to, we ought to have a dome over the whole thing, where the water just absolutely just slakes off. But if that's not possible, short term, we ought to be considering how to prevent the moisture from the water from collecting up on top of these buildings anywhere. And the other thing, are we able to detect the drones we send up to look at these buildings? And security-wise, that's the only other thing that comes to mind. Last year, I brought up this point, what would a 2.2 kilogram shaped charge of C4 due to a top of one of the tanks we have out there on the tank farm, old or new. And of course, with all the recent events about all the drones flying all over New Jersey and, New York and everywhere else, what detection methods do we have? I know this is off our bounds, but it comes to mind, about the security of the place, because obviously we can't do much in Ukraine with the detection of drones. The only thing we could do, we could send up a $2 million Patriot missile, to shoot down a $30,000 drone. Kind of sad. But I just wonder in the back of my mind what we are preparing for in the other sites if we did encounter a drone attack, and what impact it would have on the facility.
That is a question that I am in no way qualified to answer, so I will
Well, I really didn't expect
not
you
even
to,
try.
but it's something I think about long term.
Thank you for that, Pat. It is something that we can certainly think about and consider and maybe generate some sort of response in the near future.
And it's just like the video,
Yeah.
When are we going to be able to see the videos? Is there a time, date, thing on it?
So we have not established the work plan schedule yet, but we will put the drone footage one as early in the presentation year as we can get that in there.
I always came to the byline that a goal without a date is a dream. So I had a good friend who coaxed me on that many times, and I believe it well. So,
James, did you
Hi.
have a comment?
Yeah, James Tanner, DDFO. Just to clarify for Pat, and actually everybody else, just a reminder for what we're doing today. So part of this is, you say the goal without a date. We're establishing what even the goals are today to put on the work plan. That's what Avery's presenting and what she's talking about. That's what Bert's going to talk about in just a minute for nuclear materials. And John for waste management. They're going to talk about the topics that they want the board to work on for this year and get your feedback on what topics you would like to work on. And then the next step is to establish the schedule after that. That'll be a separate independent standalone meeting where the schedule is established. But just for everybody's understanding and benefit, that establishing of what the goals are, to use your analogy, is what we're doing right now so that we can put them on the schedule.
Thank you, James. Were there any, Candace?
Candace Cab, I was just wondering if the current drones do thermal imaging or take heats, the temperatures around the structures.
I do not know the answer to that, but I can find out for you.
Any additional questions from the board? No? Thank you, Avery, for that update.
Okay, my pleasure.
Now we'll hear from Bert Krabs. And just a quick reminder, as Bert makes his way up here, that we have established sort of a new rule where you can ask a couple of questions, and we're going to do that in a round-robin style. And then after you've asked your first two questions, if you have additional questions, you can ask them after everyone has had the opportunity. That just ensures that everyone gets the opportunity and has enough time to ask the questions that they may. Thank you. Bert?
Good morning. I'm Bert Krabs. I'm with the Nuclear Materials Program. Just a quick history here. Remember, the Nuclear Materials, we are responsible for the solid waste program, which is our central facility that does a lot of the solid disposal operations. We also have the some surplus nuclear facilities, so we are responsible for the deactivation of those. We also do, we have the L reactor, which is now a receipt facility. It's got an active basin that we bring off-site fuel for. And then, of course, we have H Canyon, who processes the nuclear materials for us. And then over in K, which Mike discussed a little bit about yesterday with NNST transition into the landlord, they also took over the S&M and the base operations of K area, but we're still processing our EM plutonium over there. So that's kind of the area that we're responsible for, and the Nuclear Materials Committee is area responsibility. So for today, I just have a couple of recommendations for you. Okay. So the first one here is our Legacy True Waste. We started this back in the 2000 timeframe, and then we had some issues with the WIP facility and paused for a while, but now we're back into a very mature program again. And the CAB had a recommendation 379 2 years ago to try to accelerate and finish that program. So we want to continue to provide you updates and try to accelerate this as much as far as possible and try to finish this program up fairly soon. I'd like to see it done before I retire. So we've been working with WIP, and we actually exceeded last year's metrics on this. So we're in a good position to complete that. And so also the national program is in support of us finishing our legacy waste program. We got a couple of unique challenges, and we'd like to continue to update y'all on that one. So that would be one of them. We would continue to support that recommendation. The next one is, this was brought up last year. Y'all like to understand more about the low-level waste operations, how we basically regulate that, our performance requirements in order to make sure we're maintaining, we're not contaminating the groundwater. We're making sure everything's being disposed in a compliant manner. So we would look for y'all to basically put together a type of recommendation that supports the continued mission of our low-level waste disposal on site. That's key for us at Savannah River. It's a very critical facility, even for new missions as we go and do the pit and some of the other activities at the site. They will generate waste. To be able to have that on site is a very critical part of the Savannah River site. So we would basically brief y'all on that sometime during the year, and then from there have further discussions and see if we can support a recommendation sometime in the fall timeframe. The third topic would be our continue to support the recommendation y'all had a couple years ago with what we refer to as accelerated basin de-inventory. If you remember, we're now not recovering over there and recovering uranium over there in H Canyon, which means we can process quicker. Of course, we're trying to make sure we integrate well with the liquid waste program and support or minimize their impact so they can continue to be successful with their mission. As I'm here today, we're actually discarding material from the canyon over to the tank farm as part of that process. So we would continue to update you on that and continue to identify the criteria we want to basically evaluate and see how we're making progress on that. But we would continue to provide you updates in that particular area. So that would be continue to support recommendation 379. And then the last topic, as we've talked to you recently, I think at the September briefs, with the material we have available to process in H Canyon, and with some of the challenges of the liquid waste program to continue to make progress on their initiatives and also support the discards of material to H Canyon, we're not going to be able to get all of the fuel out of the basin. So what we want y'all to do is basically provide y'all some additional opportunities for some new technologies, discuss, what do we do after H Canyon? It has a limited life, and so this would be, take us to the point of potentially having a recommendation on some new technologies, some new ways of disposition of our spent nuclear fuel. And I know I ran through it pretty quick, but that's what I had today.
All righty, thank you so much, Bert.
You're welcome.
Any questions from the board? Pat?
One thing I was thinking about, the conversion rate to downgrade plutonium, and do you also downgrade the uranium?
So right now, the way we're set up is the uranium is mainly coming in through our spent nuclear fuel program. And from there, we're discarding that through dissolving in the canyon, and then that material moves over to the liquid waste program, who then vitrifies it into glass logs. The plutonium, on the other hand, is a little different concern because we're sending it to a WIP facility. We have to put it on the road. There's some security issues with it. So we have to downblend it into a sizable quantity of material that's safe to put on the road that meets all the security and safety requirements, as well as meet the WAC at the WIP facility. So that's why right now, you know, the plan for most of the plutonium, the surplus plutonium that is to send it to WIP, and we haven't come up with any other dispositions pathways for the spent nuclear fuel beyond the sending it over to the tank farm and vitrifying it.
The reason I asked, with the change of administration, I've heard a little bit about nuclear power plants, maybe in the future. Mm-hmm. How long would it take y'all to convert to downgrading, say, plutonium and uranium, which both make good fuel? How long would it take y'all to convert over to making fuel rods?
So I don't have that answer, but I will tell you we constantly have discussions about H Canyon and capabilities of basically being able to dissolve uranium, and then I call it concentrating it, getting into a quantity that's viable for fuel. But we always get to the point of the cost. And for H Canyon being almost a 70-year-old facility, or you could say it's a 70-year-old facility, wasn't designed for recovery in that mode, really. It's just not cost effective from the other technologies out there. And all of our fuel, the other challenge we have is everything we have is not consistent. So you have all of this off-spec stuff that we've looked at before, and even Mox a long time ago looked at some of the surplus uranium and surplus plutonium. Because of it not being a pure quantity, we were going to still have to find other disposition paths for it. But right now, that's all I can say. But would not be surprised, and I'm sure Mike would say the same thing. We'll probably, with the new administration, circle back at some point and understand what H Canyon can do and what might be viable for that. Also, I want to remind you, we did have a brief this past fall on HALEU. We do have a couple metric tons out back that we did process and enrich, as I call it. And so that is, we're working with the nuclear energy side of the house to potentially get that for use into this next gen reactor. So there are some opportunities at Savannah River we are working on in that area.
So would it be easier to convert the plutonium for nuclear fuel than the uranium?
I don't know how, I can't answer that. I'm not knowledgeable in that area that well. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All righty, Donald.
Don Colson. I see we've got a blank page on the back of this, so there's room to add another topic.
Sure, and I think James alluded to that this is kind of a discussion on some additional topics we may want to include in the nuclear materials.
At the risk of sounding like a broken record, I'd like to see the topic covered for radiated heavy water that we hold.
Okay.
To answer questions like, is the cost of monitoring, maintaining, and the facilities that it's in worth holding it? Should it be disposed? Considered the potential cost of cleaning it and selling.
Okay, yeah, we'll be more than happy if that's where the CAB wants to have a discussion and topic on heavy water.
Yeah, Berta, it'd be great to get the lab in here to explain their
Absolutely.
initiative that I think, I forget what it's, I think it's Science is funding them to
Right,
work
correct.
that project, so to hear what they're doing.
Yeah, I think part of that, we would talk about the technologies and that potential one there where they would basically distill and remove the tritium from it and potentially be able to get it back out to commercial use. There is a need for heavy water, by the way. It's very costly to do, and that's why Savannah River is one of those sites that are part of the isotope program, I would say, and the nuclear energy side of the house. And it's kind of interesting. We have been having a lot of discussions lately on that, so that would be a good topic to bring to the CAB.
Right. Are there any additional questions from the board? No? Thank you so much.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Making his way is Mr. John Clark. As a reminder, make sure that when you are addressing the presenter, please speak into the microphone and try not to turn your head away from it, otherwise it won't pick up what you're saying. So make sure you get in there.
Good morning. I'm John Clark. I'm the liaison for Waste Management Committee, focusing on the liquid waste program. And we cover basically S area, if you know that, so DWPF, DWPF, SWPF, salt stone production, and the construction of the SDUs. This year, the plan is going to sound a little deja vu because essentially we didn't get a chance to work through what we planned to, so we go to the next slide.
Oh, you.
Oh, I go to the next slide. Thank you. So again, we want to revise the liquid waste system plan from 23 to 24. Liquid waste system plan is out, has been out since about December or March of I guess it was March 2023. The liquid waste system plan came out for us. So what's in there is that it gives us our framework and a roadmap for completing the liquid waste mission by 2037. We're trying to make sure that we clear all the waste out of the tank farms. We're going to get the PCWR, preliminary cease waste removal, which we've already accomplished that on 3 of our tanks. We're processing all the salt. We're vitrifying all the sludge in the actinide series. So the liquid waste system plan is our roadmap, and our explanation is public facing. So we want to know from you for this plan on how it can be made better. There are areas in it that you all feel needs to be better explained, bits and pieces that are currently that maybe if they don't connect as well as you think they should. But all of it is designed to help us understand step by step the roadmap to get all the waste out of the tank, to do that safely, and to get it sequestered as either saltstone or vitrified waste in the form of the glass canister. So the recommendation is here that we want suggestions on how the information can be made clear to understand. So that's also the understanding the process, the steps and pieces put together. Consider whether more information is needed to provide improved understanding on the path to closure by 2037. What do you need to know about the integrated? What do you need to know? Is it more about our lag storage? Do we need to better explain, our aggressive curie strategy to remove more curies more quickly out of the tank farms? Any of those types of things, or things that don't read well, or things that aren't necessarily understandable. And then we want to finish the liquid waste program. We also, if it's not clear, some of us are thinking in the concept that we want to also tie this liquid waste program to the other things that need to happen in the FFA for the site to close, which I believe is scheduled now somewhere around 2065. Okay. So what we do, fits into that. So with that understanding, we want this plan to reflect our integration in with the rest of the site. So also keeping in mind that we're, supporting that ultimate closure of SR Savannah River site by that date. And then we also want to make sure that, like Bert was mentioning, that we are clearly explaining how we are accommodating the ABD program, supporting that and helping nuclear materials drive towards their objectives in that area. So all those things things that we're looking for this roadmap to show us how we get from where we are now to where we want to go by 2037 for the liquid waste program and how that fits overall into the overall mission of EM at the Savannah River site. Yes.
Hey, folks, I just want to clarify because I can already see the question cards getting ready. John made, when he said closure in that 2060 estate, he was talking about the EM program, not the site as a whole. So I just want to make sure that that we're all using the same terminology and clear what we're talking about. We're not talking about the site closing in that 2060 timeframe. We're talking about the EM program winding down, accomplishing its mission of cleaning up the Cold War legacy waste.
I appreciate that clarification. Yes, the EM, sorry. So, and then recommendation number 2 is that we would like to know about the analysis and opportunities to reduce the time between preliminary cease waste removal and the operational closure, for the tanks, for the other facilities associated with that. So there's usually public periods, public review periods. Sometimes there are analytical techniques, other things that need to be accomplished in that time. Any suggestions that you all can make to help shorten any review timeframes or make suggestions about lab analysis or things that you would like to see for clarification to help us better explain how these are ready for closure and to get through those processes more quickly so we can get to operational closure for the EM liquid waste mission here on site. Since we expect to have a liquid waste system plan update by approximately in the August, September timeframe, it'll be after we do our upgrades to with our new long crossflow filters, and we'll have some operational time. We plan to reorganize, reset, reevaluate, the strategies and both the execution strategies and our operational strategies, and compile that in revision 24. So since we plan on doing that, somewhere in the August timeframe, on the first part, we would like recommendations by May 31st of this year. On the last part about closure, if we could have a recommendation on that by October 31st of this operational year for the cab, that would be excellent. So with that, I did not have the presentations. We've had some changes, but today, what you're going to hear on is the closure, operational closure, PCWR update from Larry Romanowski, and our base path to closure. You will also have at the very end, he will bookend us into a presentation on closure as well to kind of explain, the sampling or how we got there and to give us an update on that. In between, in support of developing the liquid waste system plan, we'll have presentations that talk about the results, the post upgrades, the impact on DWPF, the impact on SWPF. We'll talk about progress on the aggressive strategies, and there'll be several other things. But if there's something that you want to hear about, we would like for you to go ahead and make that suggestion too, so we can go ahead and get that in the cycle. We can work it into some of the presentations we're kind of thinking about, or set up to have a presentation on that very specific topic for you. And with that, I will take any questions.
All right. Questions from the board? Phyllis?
Phyllis Britt, Cab. One thing that you and James both alluded to, I would like to see some detailed clarification somewhere along the way, and I don't know if this is your thing or if someone else handles that, but I think a lot of people are confused that what SRMC has proposed, 2037 or whenever it happens, that that's not everything. Because I think a lot of people think that, when they're done, SRS is done. And so it would be nice to see details of what that means and what closing the site, you know, the 2065 or whenever date, what that means.
Okay. Yeah, so the site overall, yeah, the liquid waste program is just those areas that I talked to. And we can do that, I think, but we'll have to talk about that because that will be outside of the liquid waste
Yeah,
conversation.
that's why I said, I don't know that you can handle all of that.
Yeah.
I don't know that it comes under you. But I would like to see more details because, like I said, I think an awful lot of people are confused that 2037 is going to be it.
Right. And then as James corrected me, you know, which, you know, I still chalk it up, 3 years in, I still chalk it up to being a newbie, right? But, you know, it is the EM, it's the cleanup mission, right? So there is some perpetuity in the NSA mission and other things at the site. So the site itself will probably be here, you know, a very long time. I'm not speaking for nuclear materials closure or, you know, any of those types of things. It's just, you know, for me, you know, I was really specifically talking about liquid waste, and that liquid waste ties into other EM objectives for the site that run out until, you know, the time I said, or, you know, whatever's mentioned out there. So, yes, but we'll have to coordinate that presentation with other groups of people. James, do you have anything?
Thank you.
All right. Pat.
As you move the liquid waste out of the old tanks, what happens to the old tanks?
In which way?
How do y'all dispose of them? Do they sit there forever? What?
No, I mean, I could say what you mean again, but I'll try. So that is PCWR. So that's presentation you'll hear from Larry in just a few minutes. Larry Romanowski is here. He will walk you through that in ultra-fine detail. But the, and I think maybe we mentioned this before, but a tank, once it's cleared of all this material, is washed out, right? It's really washed out. It is inspected to make sure that it is completely washed out to the extent possible. Sometimes there is some residual heel, you know, in the material. So, you know, because it has, you know, like pipes and other things that run around there to help with cooling. So we get as much as we can out from around, you know, all those areas. And then once that's done, we've gotten out, we basically go get samples of those different areas to decide, one, you know, hey, have we gotten enough of this material? You know, is the volume low enough? Is the concentration of things that we would look for, is that low enough? Then once that is done, we tend to go ahead and like disconnect most of the parts. We clean out, make sure the annulus and other stuff is clean. I may have that order reversed. Larry will explain this in better detail. So remember, what I'm saying may have a little correction, but ultimately what we're trying to get to is operational closure, which means grout in tank, right? So all the tanks will be, that have had all their waste removed, have cleared all their sampling, will be grouted with a grout that's formulated to fixate any residual and to harden that and make it impenetrable to, you know, generations to come, you know. Does that answer your question, or?
Well, I still have my concerns about just leaving a thing grouted over the top. I really do, because grout's not, it is penetrable.
So the tank farm is different, because like all of our tanks are already, you know, covered with earth, right? So they're not just like sitting up on the surface, you know, exposed. If you're talking about the liquid waste, the waste tanks.
No, I'm talking about, I have a concern for the concrete structures, the grouted structures, because they're all penetrable. They really are. And you're saying we're going to do this and it's going to last thousands of years.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
That's my position. It's because this is all penetrable with conventional weapons now that are available.
Right.
And if you look at the news, you know, we've got all kinds of bad people in this country now. And I'm just looking at, it just seems to be a soft target to me.
Right. So, but maybe Larry can explain this a little bit better a little bit later. But the liquid waste tanks are, basically they're carbon steel. We're going to fill up those carbon steel tanks full of grout. These tanks are already buried under a significant burden. So there's, a lot of earth on top of those. So they're not just open exposed in the way, the grout's not on top. And the grout isn't the thing that's providing the protection for it. So I guess I should stop there before I get myself in trouble. But
It's okay. Listen, I just, I'm one of these, I'm old, retired, I watch the news, see what's going down, and look at the world as it is.
yeah.
And I would hate for us to make a mistake that was fixable before it happened.
I hear you. I will say one thing that we can do, since we are looking for presentations, and we work this into a presentation that actually maybe shows you the diagram of the tank and shows you, a better, like more detail on the process of, where the ground, where the tank is, how much overburden, how much concrete. And maybe that will help you feel better if you saw a schematic of the way it is set up.
Now, I know for security reasons, y'all are not going to show me, what the security level is on these tanks. But I just want to make sure that it's being done right, that's all.
Yeah, I mean, we might.
Because the worst thing that could happen is somebody send in a weapon that blows up a tank, and it's the new tanks. And it scatters stuff all over creation.
So Pat, I think what John is offering is the actual schematic of the design of the tank itself. And that way you can see what it looks like. And I understand your concern very much so. But that might actually give some understanding to you about what he's referring to, because there's a couple of different types of tanks. And so, Mike, did you have a comment?
Yeah, Pat, we'll get you those. There are no security issues there's nothing we can't discuss about these tanks and the final condition they're going to be in. So we'll do that, and we'll get you details about how they're going to be filled with grout and covered with an earthen cap and tell you the whole thing. But they are extremely clean when we get done with them. So you're not...
I'm not worried about the radiation. Y'all's processing, it's really, I think y'all do a, super job. I really do, the processing and trying to, get rid of most of the nucleides and actinides and whatever else you got in there. I have complete confidence in that. What my concern is the rest of the world about our tank farm and South Carolina. That's my concern. And the thing that comes to most recent to me is the mess in California, something that was preventable. And just like Fukushima Daiichi.
We'll explain it to you. We're not anywhere close to any of those conditions. I think by the time we get on to explain it, you'll feel good that we got it under control.
Okay, Mike. Thank you.
Were there any additional questions from the board? No? Thank you, John.
Okay, thank you.
In just a moment, we're actually going to take a 10-minute break. But before we do that, board members, you remember Miss Audrey over here. She would like to get your pictures. So if you are, departing with us, obviously, we appreciate your service. But those who have just joined the board, please make sure you see Audrey to get your picture taken. She's actually just going to be right outside. So with that being said, let's take a 10-minute break. And please return to the room at about 5 minutes to 10. All right, folks, this is your 2-minute warning. 2 minutes before we get things started. Thank you. All right, folks. Let's go ahead and get started. We're going to hear a budget update with site priorities from Mr. Zach Todd.
All right, good morning, everyone. As you said, my name is Zach Todd. I work in the CFO's organization, and I'm the team lead for budget formulation and indirect management. But the focus of today is the budget formulation process, and then ultimately getting like y'all's priorities or your inputs on the priorities for the site. Okay. So this is why we're here. This is in no general order, but these are some of the things that we're going to go through today. We're going to spend most of the time talking about like the planning process and how that kind of works and ultimately becomes an enacted budget. And then we'll talk about like the current state. We'll talk about the past couple enacted budgets, what's in the current president's budget request. Can't talk about 26 yet, it's not out. And then, but we'll look at some of the priorities that you gave the past year in y'all's letter. And then we'll kind of open it up the floor for your 27, and that's where we're going to be soliciting your input and the input of all the other stakeholders as well. Okay, so this is the federal priorities planning process. You know, at any given time, we're working on 2 budgets. Right now, we're kind of working on 3. So the wheel is kind of, it starts in the out years, and then as you kind of come through, you get closer all the way to the completion. So we're just kicking off the 27 budget, and that's kind of where we're in the out-year planning. That's where you have all the program folks, they're looking at their baselines or their plans, seeing what has changed over the last couple of years and what they're projecting to change to kind of come up with their different needs and ultimately what their request is going to be. We take those plans and we take those numbers and those requests from the programs. We develop different budget cases. You know, we typically get a funding target at the site, and there's a good, not so good, a really good. So we get all these different cases that we're working. And ultimately the programs put forth their numbers and their requests and their justifications to support that. Budney gets to make a couple decisions on like what he thinks fits into the site priorities based on our strategic plan, et cetera, and that ultimately gets submitted to headquarters. And that's kind of where we're in here for what will be coming up for 27. From there, like the headquarters, they do very much what is done on the local level. They look across the entire complex to see the needs, how those fit in, how the different requests fit into those needs, and ultimately the plan of the agency. And then those kind of move on down the line up to eventually OMB. And OMB is looking across the entire government. They're looking at our requests, they're looking at the needs that we have, and they're trying to measure that against all the other things that are competing within the government. That comes into where we have the President's budget request. The President's budget request is a document that's typically released in February. It's a little bit early for that to see for 26, but that has the administration's different plans, and it has all the budgets that support that. And you can actually see our 25 PBR. It's public document, it's 100 and some odd pages, and we can get you a link for that so you can kind of see exactly what's all in that. From there, that President's budget request ultimately goes to Congress. Congress looks at it, they debate it, they look at it, they have what's called the HOOD and the SOOD. It's the House Energy Water Development Committee and the Senate Energy Water Development Committee. Excuse me. So they look at that, they have, you know, again, everyone's looking at these competing needs and stuff across the entire government. There's these discussions, and ultimately they figure out they have to put what their priorities are, and their priorities are like reflected with the dollars. They kind of come through those committees. Eventually, those two have to work together and like reconcile their differences, if there are any differences within those committees. And then that bill or that budget eventually goes to the president for signature. So that's like from the start to the end. You know, again, right now for 27, we're in here. For 25, we're right in here. 26, we're right in here. So it's just kind of, you know, there's dates, there's calendars, really there's windows, it shifts left and right. Any kind of questions with the overall budget process? Nothing? Okay. Okay, so this is the look of overall EM. You can see the 23 enacted, 24 enacted, so these are appropriated budgets that were passed. So environmental management, which Savannah Riverside, our piece of Savannah Riverside falls underneath. You can see for 23, 8.2, and just rounding, 24, 8.5, and then the 25 President's budget request. Again, that's the starting point for Congress to deliberate, is around the 8.2. And then you can see Savannah Riverside underneath that. So one of the things that you can kind of see is Savannah Riverside kind of dropped in that PBR. That's due to the NNSA transfer. There were some different activities and stuff that went over to the NNSA as part of them becoming the landlord. And then you can kind of see it broken down by site for the 24 numbers. Any questions here? Sure.
What is that last line item?
Uranium thorium reimbursement? Yeah. Okay. Cool. So the way that our particular budget works is we have what's called PBSs. You get the program baseline summaries. And then if you ever heard of anybody in government like talk about pots of money, these are essentially our pots of money. So you have PBS 11, our nuclear materials program, you know, Bert, you have PBS 14, John, you have Avery, PBS 30. So these are kind of the names and faces and some of the work that they do and the buckets that they ultimately follow in. So these are just like little excerpts from our PBR. The full PBR is, again, it's, I think for us, Savannah Riverside, it's up to 100 pages. This is something that's public every year. These are just little tidbits that's within here. If you want like the full thing, we can provide the link, or you can Google it, and it's all there and stuff where you can read up about each of these programs and see exactly what's in there. So, it's just a little bit more of a breakdown than what was on the previous slide, but you can see how the different PBSs and stuff are getting funded year over year. Again, nuclear materials, it does go down in 25, but that's due to the NSA transfer. You can see safeguard security, where do they go? I think it's on the next slide. They went down, again, NSA transfer, but you know, you take those back in, it's more or less flat, even though the overall number is decreasing. Any questions on any of the PBSs or the scopes that are within it? Okay. All right, so this is what we're here for, or at least why I'm here. Each year, headquarters gives out a memo. They're telling us to more or less go out and talk to the community, talk to our stakeholders. And what we do with that is we receive your input and we package that with our budget submission to our headquarters. So your letters get used and there's supporting documentation for our budget submission to headquarters. So last year, this is the letter that you guys gave with the list of priorities. You can kind of take a look at that. And, you know, that's again, it doesn't, you know, you can be as detailed as you want, as broad as you want, you know, but this is what we're kind of looking for and what I'm here for today. Any questions? Yeah.
Marty Paul Cab, when you talk about the budget allocations, is that only through DOE, or does that include monies from forestry, the Department of Defense, et cetera?
So what we're talking about here today is only the dollars that were appropriated. There are other dollars that flow mainly through the lab for like their missions and stuff like that, but that's outside of what we're talking about today.
Okay, but the appropriation is going to the Department of Energy?
Yeah.
Or the Department, does the Department of Defense or Forestry, who both, are they putting money into the site?
So these appropriated dollars come through down the Department of Energy. There are dollars that go and support the forestry service and stuff, but we're talking strictly the DOE appropriation. Am I misunderstanding the question, or?
No, that's the question. Are there other inputs from other departments?
No, it comes down through our appropriation,
Okay.
the things that we support. Again, like there are other dollars that come through the site through other agencies and stuff like that, but that's outside of this discussion.
All righty, let's go down to here.
Hubert Von Tool, Cab. Back on slide 4, please. Where is Hanford included?
Hanford's in 2 spots. They're river protection and Richland.
Thank you.
Okay, Phyllis?
Phyllis Britt, Cab. I'm not sure this question is for you, but 2 years ago at the chairs meeting, we did a simulated budget process that was really cool, and we've talked a couple of times about doing it with the CAB, and I wondered if that's still a possibility.
Absolutely, yeah, we can ask about that and see if that's something that they're still able to do.
Yeah, it was very eye-opening. I really appreciated it because it put it down on a level that made sense to me compared to things that I don't always understand. Thanks.
Thank you, Phyllis. Sade?
Sade Shofidia, SRS cab. I am curious if you have any of the actual, like, what was appropriated for 2024 versus what was actually spent. I'm also curious if there ever been any budgetary challenges.
Yeah, so, we're appropriated dollars, and that's, the dollars coming into the site. Our appropriations are no-year money, typically, which means, we hold on to those dollars until they're spent. I don't think we're allowed to get into like actuals or anything of that nature. It's kind of outside of what I do, but all that stuff is tracked. OMB in particular looks at all of those, dollars that are being spent to make sure that our ask or our justification and our new appropriations is right-sized, for lack of a better term. But all that's looked at through them.
Yeah, Sade, there's a lot of oversight on your spending, that you have to spend the money that's appropriated. If you don't, Congress can rescind it and take it back. So we do end up spending all the money as appropriated. What you have to spend it on what it was appropriated for. It's illegal to spend it any other way. Right. So we do end up expending all those funds, and pretty much at a constant rate.
Yes.
So we're really not building up some pot of money that we're not spending. We spend it at a pretty good rate to match what was appropriated.
Thank you. And I have one more question, but I will let John. Oh, okay, so then another question is, I'm curious about, if the current administration has approved any of the upcoming budgets?
Can you repeat your question into the microphone?
Has the current administration approved any of your budgets?
Well, not yet, right? The current administration and the new Congress, for that matter, they're just getting into the office. So we've seen several questions and stuff from Congress, in particular, like, on the budgets and stuff. But all that's kind of coming up. Nothing yet, but all that's coming in time.
Thank you.
Thank you. John?
John Thomas, CAB, and this might be a follow-on to that question as far as we went through the planning process for the budget. Is there, and 2025 is done, and so that budget's set or not?
No, right now 25 is within the committees. So it's kind of about going back and forth between them.
Okay.
So
right.
It's, I believe, no, there hasn't been a new draft bill. So when that's ready to go forth, like, Congress will introduce a bill, and then that'll ultimately be signed by the president. I don't think there's a bill out there currently.
Okay. All right, thanks.
John? Were there any additional questions? Zach, was that it, or did you?
That's it.
No? No one? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just for everyone, you will be working on this at your March meeting, the letter that Zach was talking about, the priorities letter. The board will be revisiting that version, so take a look at what you sent last year. It's on the CAB website. We'll make sure that we also send it out to you so that you can review it again. And then start thinking about what could be different, what should be different. Are the board's priorities still the same? The one caveat I'll put all this is sometimes people will start going into the line items and wanting to see what's appropriated for what, as though that impugns some sort of importance to it. And what I'll say to that is, I have a gas-powered lawnmower. It has a spark plug in the front. It's a very cheap part. It's a nothing part until you don't have it. So don't think so much about how much does this cost, because that's not really what we're asking you. We're asking how important are these activities? what is the most important activity to you? What is the least important program to you? That's the question we need you to answer for us.
Okay.
Yeah, and we will need the board's input by the end of March, because sometime in April, we have the site managers ought to get together with headquarters and go over this budget material, and I need to have that stuff by March.
Okay. All right, well, would we like, so we've come to a point, folks, I will present this to you. We're ahead of schedule. And so, Luan, would you like to go ahead and get mic'd up and we can move right on through to the next presentation, and then we will break for lunch after that. How does that sound?
Yes.
Yes?
Sounds good. Once you get mic'd up, I'm just curious, that you need that by March, by our meeting in March, or are we going to work on that during the March meeting, or we're working on that during our subcommittee meeting, so it's prepared by the full board meeting in March?
I need it by the end of March so to support my April meeting.
If it's something that as you're thinking about it, you get pretty convinced we need a subcommittee meeting to deal with this, we can definitely schedule one if need be. There's always open to doing that. What I will say is that in the past, we've been able to knock it out at the March board meeting. There doesn't seem to be a lot of wordsmithing and editing. This is a letter that has stood as is for a long time. What gets ordered during the meeting is just those priorities that are listed more often than not. So that tends to be where the discussion and the debate is. And it would have to be held again at the full board meeting anyway, so we just do it at the full board.
Yeah.
All right, are we ready? Well, let's hear about some cybersecurity with Mr. Lewan Belton.
All right, good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Lewan Belton. I'm the director of the Office of Information Technology, Cyber Information Technology, and also the DWSR's Chief Information Officer. Thank you again for inviting me. I came out last year and had a lot of great questions that came up, and what I want to do today is do something a little different, still go over the overview from a site perspective, but also try to bring it down to a level that everyone can understand, and not try to be so techie from a cyber perspective, from a technology, because things changing. You know, we have a lot of terms that come out of the news have impacted us, and as from a site perspective, I'm gonna try to at least introduce some of these common topics to you guys, and same way we apply it at home, we apply these things at the Spannerworth site. So as an overview, I got a weird picture. I think a little differently. I was talking to Zach earlier. You know, I like to do some comparisons. Because for me, when I talk to my wife and other people in the community, I want them to understand in some ways what I do and why I ask the questions, or why I tell my daughters they can't have certain things. So home security is one of those things. What is cybersecurity? Some of the tools and capabilities we currently have at the site. Risk and challenges, of course, budgets could be one of those options. Technology is another one, of course, and also people. Changes in sense transition, partnerships that we have, and of course, questions and open discussions. So I will be going back and forth, asking questions. I'm not gonna call on you, because I really can't see your names. These contacts need to be adjusted some. But some people's names I remember. I remember John's name. John asked a lot of questions yesterday. So I will call on people just to keep it lively. And I'm glad I'm going before lunch instead of after lunch, because I didn't have you guys stand up and everything else. Yeah. But let's think about home security. Okay. Everyone hopefully has a home, has an apartment, has a car. But when you're looking at these things, what do you think about when you think about security at home? At home, for me, I think a little differently because I have IT and cybersecurity. And as an engineer, I overanalyze things too much. But you have a house, you have windows. Back in the old days when I lived in Great Falls, South Carolina, we had no problem keeping my back door unlocked, keeping windows cracked, keeping them unlocked. But now these days have changed. But you have windows. Some people have pets. Pets is a form of security. And you see the little pet right here in the window looking out, trying to get out. He's not in jail, but that's one of those things. You have sliding doors, you have fences around your area, you have trees. Some people have cameras, you have latches inside the garage doors. And you also have these indicators for all types of things that goes around your house. So as you go approach a house, what do you think about? But now, when you just introduce technology that you have HVAC systems now, you have your NIST or your thermostats. You have your keychain that has a fob on it that has security associated with it. You have, on your wrist. A lot of people have iWatches. Some people have the Google device watches. Some people, unfortunately, may have hearing aids. Some people may have the Google glasses. All these things are starting to be connected. You hear the term Internet of Things, and that is a term that's out there, but they're connecting to systems themselves. But when you think about home security, everyone, for the most part, understands that. What am I trying to protect in my home? My family, my kids, my pets, my information. Money, back in the old days, some people used to put, hide their money in the refrigerator or put them in safes and that type of thing. Same thing. Those are assets. Those are data. That is information that we're trying to keep away from whoever that person may be. So that is what cybersecurity is. Take the house out, it's that data. When you hear the term CIA, I'm not talking about a 3-letter agency, just in case you're listening. I'm talking about confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the information that you care about. So for us, from a cyber and IT perspective, now you're surrounded around the networks, the infrastructure, the telephone system, devices that transport and store that information. That is what I care about, and what also I make sure that Mr. Budney is, as the authorizing official, we ensure that those things are met or controlled in a manner very similar to what we have from the house perspective. So now I go and take that, if I took, like, say, SWPF or HCAN or even DWPF or any facility that's on site, I plop that down and replace the house. You still got those same type of securities. But as a result of the type of data or the material that's associated inside the facility or that transport through the facility, there's heightened security protocols that we had to put in place. And as a result of those heightened security protocols, there's additional documentation that headquarters that enforces on us. There's NIST requirements, there's DOE orders, there's presidential mandates, there's executive orders, there's DHS. We have all these organizations that want to help us do our job, which is great. But just like before, challenge is they don't give us money for it. But as you look at this picture here, just like before, when you look at a house and from a facility, you have fire, you have detections, you have cameras, you have what you don't see on here now that people don't think about, a copier machine being connected to the network, a vending machine being connected, an HVAC system. Because the reason that the risk associated with these things is as they connected to the network, a lot of these things are open. I tend to go to, there's a conference, there's a hackers conference called DEF CON. Last year I took my interns, I normally take them to DC, but this year I changed them. We took them to DEF CON. And what they showed them is how to understand how hackers think, how they goes in and hack systems. They hack the Tesla vehicle, for instance, or the vending machines and cracking. We're not teaching them, first of all, to do these fights, but we're trying to expose them at the risk associated with that. But these are the same type of thing. The problem we have at the site is, we get a vendor. We get Mr. John over here. He owns a company. He has an HVAC company, and we purchased it from a DOE perspective. It puts it in H area or L area or S area. And of course, just like anything else, our contractor says, hey, we're just gonna put it in with the default passwords. Not an issue. But just like with anything else, we don't do a good job of writing requirements. I'm sorry, well, some of us don't do a good job of writing requirements. So what is the security protocol associated with it? Is it has Wi-Fi enabled in it? What about the hard drive? Where's it from? What's the source of it? Supply chain. Those are things we're concerned about. So as I plug the HVAC system into an area, there's a Wi-Fi connection that's wide open. Now I connect into that Wi-Fi. Now I'm into the environment. Those are the things that we're concerned about. Sounds familiar? That's very similar to what happened to Home Depot. Third-party company came out, had an HVAC system that connected to the Wi-Fi. That connection got compromised. They got into Home Depot network, stole your credit card information, point of service. that same instance could happen at the site. So what we do, from a site perspective, we have different levels of networks. We have secondary networks, those things that are considered OT, operation technology, where you have SCADA systems, distributed control systems. These are the systems that normally that operates like a HCAN or a DWPF or even SFPF. And those systems are very important from a site perspective because if they go down, there could be some major impacts from a site perspective. So as a result of that, we do use a lot of defense in depth from a security perspective. We put guns and gates out on the perimeter of the areas. We put cameras up. We have monitoring stations. We have systems that if you go in and attack it, we have alerts that sends off alarms, that it goes to a monitoring station. Or I get a phone call, and if I get a phone call, I'm calling Mr. Butney or Edwin to let them know, because my job is to make sure that they don't get a phone call from headquarters before I call them. Because if they get one before I do, it's a problem. It is a problem. But as you go through security, anything that you can think about at the house, the car, and even if you have a boat, those areas, we have it on site. Our site is 310 square miles. We have many facilities, we have different levels of security. All depends on the assets that we're trying to protect. Of course, the higher the information that we're trying to access, the more security we're going to put around it. So some of those tools I talked about already. We have automated threat detection from a cyber perspective. So as, for instance, I'm going to use Zach. Zach tends to go out. He wants to say, hey, well, I'm going to use John because this could be possible for John. John said, hey, my phone charge broke. So I'm going to plug my phone charger into my government computer. As soon as he does it, I get an email message normally. Well, my team gets an email message. We had a assistant manager, and he's gone now, but you guys remember? No, I ain't going to say his name. I'm about to say it. I'm not going to say his name. I'm not going to say his name. And it's not Mr. Butney this time. But I'm not going to say his name. But it was funny, though, as we have visitors from headquarters comes in, this system manager was taking pictures out in the areas. And then you have system manager, EM1 or 2, say, hey, could you send me those pictures? Sure, I'll send them to you. Before he knew it, he had plugged it in, was trying to transport them to his computer. And then, of course, our system doesn't allow him to do that, but it sends an alert. And then I have the great idea of the great opportunity. I call the senior management. I say, hey, you can't do that. Well, I know, Lauren, I know. I used to run the program and everything. I said, so why did you do it? I wasn't thinking, because I do it at home. And so these types of ideas, and we all do it. We get tired, we get frustrated, and we want to get information on a charge my device is dying, and we plug it up. But we have protocols and documents in place to stop those types of things. But just like anything else, I'm pretty sure no one, as they drove down to Charleston, was speeding. No one went over 55 miles per hour, right? No one. No one decided to change lanes without putting a signal light on. No, we don't violate the rules. Same thing happened in our area. Threat remediation. So when we have an issue with a spillage, spillage on our side means you have, for instance, classified information or any information at a higher level on the unclassified system that is considered a spillage, and we had to go through that process of cleaning that information up and reducing that risk from a site, because if that computer, now talking to Zach, if that computer has classified information on it and an adversary get access and hacks that system, now I'm concerned that what information may get out. And so intrusion detection and prevention, we have those things set up just like if you cross through a barrier, you hear like when you walk into a store, you hear a beep, 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 or something. Same thing happened in our area. You go into an environment or you click on a website, a web thing may pop up saying, hey, you're not supposed to be in this area, or this website has not been categorized for X, Y, and Z. We have those things in place. And then you have those people like a Mrs. Deshawn say, well, hey, well, I'm the deputy manager. I can get away with this. You think he can get away with it because we have forensic analysis in place that if he tries to delete that information, we still can recover it. Or if he decides to send all those messages home to his family, we still know exactly what he sent, even if he tries to encrypt it. Now, some of the stuff, once you encrypt it, we can't see it. But the problem is we have those issues. Many years ago, when we was doing I think it was doing like a A76, or we had a budget issue on site. You know, we see all kind of crazy stuff happens when money is reduced. And we had contractors, and we had a baseline issue with that copying machines, where as a result, it was getting closer and closer to September the 30th. And as a result, this many years ago, this is not recent, it's probably like 10 years ago. As a result of the budget crunch, we started noticing a lot of people sending email messages to the home email address. And so what they were sending, though, was government data. And so we can pick up all of that information, and what happened is the baseline or the protocols was not set on those copying machines. So that's why it was not allowed. I cannot go and put in lee106@gmail.com. It can only go to our government SRS accounts. So those are other things we have in place. Penetration testing, system application scanning. So what that is I have a team. You hear the term red hat, black hat, that type of thing. You have hackers come in and they do a penetration test of the environment. They're trying to find those holes in the environment. And as they find those holes, what can I do once I find those? Can I infiltrate in the system? Can I pull the data? Can I go horizontal across the environment? And okay, I'll go horizontal across the environment trying to find, okay, whose system out there has maybe administrative right? Oh, Lee1 Belton is a sysadmin on this system. Now I'm gonna go vertical into the channel. That's a concern that we always have. And then, of course, when the disaster happens, we go through a process when we have instant response. And with that process, we include counterintelligence, and sometimes the FBI, and sometimes the IG. Normally, we call all three. Because as an incident happens, it depends on how grand it is, we may need to get them involved. And once they get involved, they take it over. So these are the challenges that we have out there. Anybody understand what ransomware is? Got an idea? Everyone understand ransomware? Okay, ransomware. It's just like think about someone, I'm not saying you want to put your kids in and have someone steal your kids. Very similar to that, they take your kids and they want a funding or money to get them out. Same thing with ransomware. It's the software and the hardware that they're trying to control. And so you may hear bitcoins or money that they want us to release that information. And a lot of times Gartner and other professionals say, don't do it. Because if I got your information once, I just can reset it and get it back to you again. Same thing with removing media, talking about devices, cell phones, iPads, and that type of thing, USBs. Supply chain is always the biggest thing. And of course, you saw probably, a lot of you guys saw what was on the news yesterday. I mean, you look at AI, you look at TikTok, those types of things. And the biggest concern from a government perspective is the supply chain. As I put that app on my device, what information is being pulled off the back end? Phishing, spoofing, everyone receives phishing email messages. Spoofing, everyone get text messages, saying, hey, this is UPS, your package is not, please respond, don't click on the links, please. Don't click on the links. My wife was just telling me yesterday, someone in her job received something from the police department. And said, hey, you missed your court date. You have a warrant for your arrest. You have $2,000, you need to go pay for it. She went and got $2,000, moved it into her account and paid it. For me, I want to ask these questions. Well, what account did she use? Did she use a bank card? Because my thing about, okay, now the adversary has that information. So I think, like I said, I think a little differently than everyone else. Cloud, our great friend, the cloud is out there. Everyone's cloud, we want to use the cloud, but there's, of course, the things associated with it. And of course, data breaches, we talked about that before. Changes since transition. EM and NSA, we still have that shared relationship from the backbone of the site. So our infrastructure, our networks, data networks, our telecom system, data center, all those things are still in place because we have a shared cost associated with that. The cyber program now is the responsibility of NSA. EM still has responsibility for our equities, but NSA has the primary responsibility for the whole overall arching cybersecurity program itself. So policy and procedures associated with the site, that is NSA responsibility. But from that, we have gaps analysis that's being performed to make sure that EM requirements also is included. So we have joint CIO councils, we have joint meetings with them on Mondays and Wednesdays. So we're still in constant communication. Nothing has changed from that perspective. And in some cases, we actually become more efficient. Where before we had 2 governance bodies, now we only have 1. It was all integrated governance board, so that all the IT and cyber and those types of purchases goes through one body in which counterintelligence reviews that information. Still have shared costs on cybersecurity. So when I say shared costs, right now, EMs puts in about 65% of the cost. This year, we thought that number's going to go down from after transition. Actually went up, but 65% on the EM side. It's like 35%. Do that math right? 90. Yep, 35% on the NSA side. And this was a number that I was not very happy about. And I'm pretty sure I called Zach and I told him I wasn't happy. And I spoke to the contractor about it because we was expecting the number to go down. But as a result of things that was done on the NSA side, the number went up because there's less people now or less systems that is in that pool. So we pooled it out. So you have, like, I'll tell you, you have 1,000 computers. And I say I'm spending $10 for 1,000 computers, but now I reduced 1,000 down to 500. I still got to cover that cost. Now that cost now goes up to make sure we cover it. So now EM once again is paying more. I just leave it at that. I'll try to be nice about it. I already talked about so what's left on the EM side of the house? We still have the network systems and everything for liquid waste, those DWPF, SFPF. So we work with John Clark and Sonny Blanco and Jim Folk to make sure the requirements for cybersecurity is met there. Same thing with the National Lab. The National Lab, we provide support to them. And as we go through this budget cycle process, that is those estimates are needed now and help build that budget. And so partnerships-wise, we still partner with, it's hard to say we're partnering with the FBI. We know we partner with them when there's an issue, an incident, or they're calling us, hey, Lawan, could you go and check? I'm not going to use anybody's name here. To say, Sam, could you go check Sam's computer? We found some kid porn at his house. Is that an issue on his government computer? We have those partnerships because of those types of reasons. CISA, that's where our definition comes from. A lot of the orders and stuff. NIST is where we get a lot of our guidance that comes down from headquarters. NIST is I think NIST is part of Department of Commerce. Then you have the Georgia Cyber Center as a direct link into having a pipeline. We also we partner with them because they have unique opportunities over there. Our Cyber Brigade that we used to CPT, Cyber Protection Brigade number 3, they have an office over there. So we have a unique opportunity to work and partner with them from a technology standpoint, but then also understand their capabilities from hunting so they can train our employees. Then, of course, and also with USC Aiken, with the new facility that's going up over there in Aiken. Questions? I know I went fairly quick through that, but I tried to be, I tried to be as quick as possible. Well, try to be as thorough as possible. Oh, boy, that's great.
Well, this is great, actually. I saw Hubert's card go up first.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Hubert Van Til-Cab. What is distributed denial of service?
Yes, so also in your package at the back of it, it give you a better definition of it, but it's more like a man-in-the-middle attack, But so what happens is, just like if you're going through a door, just say we got 1,000 people, they're trying to rush out that door, okay? Everyone crowds and goes through the door and goes slap open. So as it opens, now information flow freely in and out. Same thing happened from a computer network. From an attack vector standpoint, I'm trying to force as much information through a pipe so it fails open. As it fails open, the adversary can filter information in and out that you may not even know because of the noise itself. That is simple term, sir. Yeah.
All right. John.
Yes, sir.
John Thomas Cab. You mentioned about somebody had something on their home computer and they wanted to check if it was on the work computer.
Yes.
But wouldn't that be blocked on the work computer? Don't you have all those?
In theory,
controls?
yes, but the problem is the habits are the same. So to say if I'm going to be a person at home, going to be looking at whatever websites or doing whatever from at the house, and so you have the Verizon's or you had the Comcast had picked up and they notified the FBI that this activity is happening. So as a result, the FBI said, well, hey, I know that this individual also works at Savannah Riverside as a DOE employee or even as a contractor. Are they doing these same activities at the site? So we'll get a phone call just to make certain, and we'll go out and we'll search for these indicators. So a lot of times, unfortunately, it doesn't happen much, but we have seen where individuals have went out and said, hey, I'm going to search for these types of pictures. I'm not clicking on the pictures. I'm not clicking on them. By highlighting or even rolling their mouse over and saving them to the computer. They said, well, no, I didn't do it. I said, well, I can show you here where it's saved where you did do it. I can show you where you typed in the word because you misspelled this word. I can show you all of that. So we trying to, from a DOJ standpoint, the Department of Justice, if something like that happened, we want to make sure we have that trail in place to ensure that litigation can happen. Okay. So that's why we partner with it. In some of those cases where it may be, to say a sting that's going on, a gambling sting on site, it happens. You know, and they may find out about, they may have notified the IG, they may have notified the FBI, whoever it may be. It depends on which domain it's in. And they reach out to us, and then we help correlate the information and provide them the raw data itself.
Okay, thanks. And
yes, sir.
This presentation always makes me nervous, so I didn't have great service here, and I linked onto the Wi-Fi here. So now I got something?
You could, but no, it's funny that you say that. And I was talking to John earlier about that. A lot of times when I go to, my pet peeve is, and I explain this to my kids too, is I really Southern try to connect to hotel networks. I have a hotspot on my government phone I use. And so when I go to these places, because I understand the attack vector associated with it. When you go to DEF CON has been kicked out of so many different hotels because the hackers, they get together and they hack the network. And then what they do is they put it on the screen just like this. They call it a wall of sheep. And they're showing John Thomas' password is such and such. And they're scrolling it down with everyone else's password on the screen. And so as you get to that location, you turn your phone off. You put it in airplane mode as much as possible. You don't like your phone has that touch that you can pay with credit card, or you get close to it because of the RFID. All those services you turn off. My wallet right now, that's back there, has RFID on it because I don't want to get close to it there. Yeah, see, there you go. See, no, I say, see, my wallet, it has RFID because as you get closer to something, it comes up, your credit card information. And a lot of people understand your passport, it has a chip right in the front of it, which is RFID. I have a protector associated. So all these things I think about because I'm crazy at times, but it's kind of hard to explain it to my wife when, if someone picks up that information or you're on vacation and your credit card gets stolen, all those things, it can happen. Actually, to be honest with you, it's only a matter of time before it happens, unfortunately.
Yeah. I had to train my wife not to click on things because she said, but I was expecting a package.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah, and I had that issue some years ago where I was, I like to do these funny things where as team members leave or retire, I like to go in and make, a presentation and I present information to them. So I was on my computer at home late at night finding these crazy pictures and I clicked on the link and next thing you know, my camera popped on and it took a picture of me. Next thing, the screen came up and it said Interpol. And it had Obama picture pointing at me like this. And I'm like, and I panicked for a minute. Then I said, wait a minute, it's just a bug. And so for me, I understand how to go in and to the registry keys and those types of things, get rid of the bug. But, it happens. It happens. So that's why I try to keep antivirus software updated on my system. And I try to maintain it as much as I can. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
We don't want to read about you, Mr. Thomas. We don't want to read about you in the future. Yes, sir.
Phyllis.
Yes, ma'am.
Phyllis Britt, Cab. I'm just curious, when you hand out phones at SRS, What kinds of restrictions, if any, do you have on them, or do you tell your employees
Okay.
that they need to do or not do?
Well, first of all, each person is required to sign a policy. There's a policy, there's a work policy associated with how you can use that phone. So going to because in some cases, passing out a government phone, you have no right to privacy. It's a government device. And also with that government device, we have what we call a mobile device monitor system, the management system that can identify which apps is on your phone. And these are apps that may have been already researched and approved for access. But then also there's times where, like I've done it, and you go in and put in like Google Drive. We don't allow any storage apps on our phones, Google Drive, Dropbox, those types of things, because of the challenge of taking government data and dumping it onto a public environment and then taking it home. So we can, remotely we can wipe those devices. We can, as soon as you put that on, you can get an email message saying, hey, you need to remove it within this certain period of time. If not, we will wipe your devices. But we have a list of approved apps that we allow. But our devices, for the most part, are considered to say open, but they are still secure. So we have on the back end of it, so our email, our Teams, Exchange, all those types of things are all in a trusted environment. So it does not, you can't bleed over from one network to the next. So we put those things in place and we test those things as much as possible to ensure that the adversary or whatever information is on it is not breached. But it can happen. And because the challenge is always this, and that's why we have an export control process. Like say for instance, I'm going out of the country. Our policy states right now is that you're not really supposed to take your government device outside the country. Because when you go outside the United States, their laws are totally different. From a privacy standpoint, as you connect to that network, they can monitor anything that you're doing, your banking information, all the above. And so those are concerns that you have. We had an employee, didn't tell us they was going out of the country. They went out of the country overseas. Not you this time, Mr. Budney. Overseas.
Canada's not overseas.
Yeah, I know. See what I'm saying? Overseas. Yeah, overseas. And so, but when that person came back, their phone started doing some funny things. And so as a result of that, we actually wiped the phone and got the phone and we sent it over to CI for them to check it. So those are concerns that we have because that was their process. They had to sign out on and communicate with CI and so forth.
So you're not concerned about things like text messaging?
No.
No, okay.
No, I'm not concerned about text messaging. Then we have, from a forensic analysis standpoint, I can pull your text message if I needed to. It's a government device. I go and I say, hey, Ms. Phyllis, how you doing today? I need your phone. Well, no, it's a government phone. Can I have your phone, please? And so, that's how it's happened. And in some of the cases, if there's an issue where, say, FBI, the legal has the authority to say, hey, you can go and ask you for your personal phone, but you don't have to give it to us. Then we'd have to go through the proper channels and get in a court order if need be.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey. Yes, ma'am.
Shelley Stansel, Georgia DNR.
Yes,
I have, I guess, more of a personal question, but when it comes to security on your phone, with all the apps out there that take pictures and show you 5 different hairstyles or all of that stuff, I always hesitate to and don't do any of those things because I'm afraid with the facial recognition software to get into my phone. Is there a risk of doing that and someone being able to access all of your secure options using your face?
It's always a risk. It's always a risk. How many people actually read the description of what the terms and conditions, word for word? Nobody reads them. And a lot of times when you install the app, what tends to happen is, it automatically stores, you allow them to keep your mic on. So as you're talking about new hair products, why does hair products start showing up in my email now? Oh, well, because you just talked about now it's showing up because it's adware. So it's listening to you. If you're going to look at your device and the microphone, you have a list of apps that you're allowing to listen right now to us. And so that is a concern. So that's why in a lot of these meetings we have, in certain meetings, our devices are outside the room. because that device, and this is a bad thing, and I'm gonna say it because I'm a father to my daughter. She doesn't know it yet because it's my phone. But if I wanted to, the problem with certain phones, they're so sensitive that on the device you can go turn on the microphone and be in the other room and turn your Bluetooth phone, hear everything in all 4 or 5 rooms. It's amazing the technology associated with it. And so you just, the apps themselves, my thing is I like the technology. I love it. I understand the security part of it, but I'm not going to live in fear about it. To me, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. I'm just going to live with it and adjust as much. So when I do on travel, I don't use debit cards. I always use credit card. Even on my phones now, I connect my personal phone because we don't allow credit cards on our government devices. But so now I can hit that because even one of my friends that was a hacker, an ethical hacker, certified ethical hacker for the government, he got hacked while he was at the conference. $5,000 was charged to his credit card by the time he got home out of Singapore. And so the credit card noticed that it was not normal, and they automatically canceled it. But it happens. So just like for us on government devices, our government credit cards, when we go to certain areas that's been labeled as being theft, our government credit card won't even work because these gas stations or whatever have been, information been stolen so much. It's very interesting how today is changing, but it's just one of those things we have to live with.
So second question,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
travel outside of the country and take my personal phone. How do I protect myself when I'm in another country?
How you protect yourself, for the most part, minimize as much conversation. Don't access bank accounts information. For the most part, it's better to use the LTE or 3G services. Don't try to use the Wi-Fi connection. In some cases, if you have to really use it, I would take a burner phone. I would go to Walmart and get me a burner phone that I can throw away.
I typically don't connect to public Wi-Fi at all, ever, but.
Yeah, but you are on their network, which they don't monitor like we do from it's against the law for us from the FCC to monitor your LTE, your 3G connections. Legally, it's against the law to do it. I'm not saying people are doing it because even at the conference, you see people walking around with a backpack with antennas and they want you to get on their network. Yeah. You see a lot of, if you ever go to get a chance, don't go to Vegas the first week of August. It's DEF CON because, you have a lot of people that's doing some really interesting things. And if you see your phone go from 5G to 3G, that means in some cases you're on somebody else's network. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to Sade.
Sade.
I'm curious if you have had any partnership or collaborations with private companies. You mentioned, I don't know if it's an internal team that does your penetration testing, red hats, black hats.
Yeah, well, for us, our private companies would be more of our direct support contractors or contractors out of headquarters that come in and provide that service to us. That would be because we still had to have those systems that they utilize have to be vetted, and we had to make sure that the protocol, and there's also a rules of engagement document has to be signed off by the authorized and designated representative that gets reported through the AO, because anything that touches our environment could potentially impact how our mission is operating. So yes, we have used third party, but these are third party companies that's been vetted and they contract to the government. We tend to not use like a university or something like that right now, unless we have a partnership with them through the National Lab. We try to minimize that because we're trying to reduce the threat vector of getting into our environment as much as possible.
What company?
Well, I would not disclose. I'm sorry, I would not disclose those companies. Direct support contractors is okay. We have, or should I even do that? No. Okay, I probably should not expose. I'm not going to expose. You can go to the website, energy.gov website, and you see those contracts out there, and it will have those companies that we have contracted with. Yeah.
For cyber.
Yes, the companies in general. Because for DOE, there's a company out there, yes, for cybersecurity, IT, we have those companies that is under the major contract itself. We don't have a company just specifically just for cybersecurity. because our contracts are very broad, because we do IT, IT, telecom, cybersecurity development work. We do it all together from that perspective. So I don't have a separate company. Now, headquarters did have a company that did that came down and did evaluations. But from a funding standpoint, as a result of cutting funds, that organization was reduced more than 75%. And so as a result, DOE has had to stand up its own mechanism in order to do that, to meet those requirements.
Inquired because I know that, I know that there's some top firm, one in particular.
Say it again now.
I know that I inquired because I know that there are some private firms, one in particular is like number one as far as being the market leader for cybersecurity, doing a lot of the penetration testing, has done a lot of recovery and protection. Large company, Equifax, method. Curious how competitive, active, what's ensuring that they're like a competent. Not that you guys probably, not that you guys lack the competence.
I totally understand. I understand what you're saying.
There are limitations, but then the government tends to be slower.
So remember, from our standpoint, we're mostly defense. And so if something like that did happen, say it was a major attack, we have partnerships with like the Cyber Protection Brigade. That's all they do. They're by title, from a DoD perspective, they can go out and hack an organization, which I'm not saying, but by their doctrine, we cannot do that from a DOE. It's not in our title, whatever it is so legally we cannot do it. So that's why we have other companies that helps us from that perspective if it happens. So I can contact the DoD and our partnership. We did a letter, an agreement that went all the way up to Fort Meade from a partnership. So they could come out and help us if we wanted to. Or we have our friends with the FBI or even the IG. So when something like that happens, we all hands are on deck. That provides those types of support. Now, if you're talking about like a Mandiant or security, these large companies, that's a little different story, because then that would require an emergency procurement in order to bring that company in. But then you have a list of challenges where they got to understand your environment. Savannah Riverside is not an easy, very complex environment. I'm pretty sure Mr. Bunny can contest to that as we go through on a monthly basis about all the risks that we have and all the things that we touch. It's not that easy for a third party to come in on day one and say, hey, I want to do this. Because now you can impact a DCS system or a system that's like a large process. Because if you go in and impact it, now you invalidate the warranty, which now is even more money that you got to pay. So we have to be very careful who we allow into our environment. And it takes more time to ensure that they are vetted. Because in each one of those organizations, they have to have a facility clearance also. And some of these companies do not. But most of those that work with security will.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to come to Pat, and then I'll come back to you. Okay, Scott?
Pat Kilroy, CAB. Two questions. How many intrusions or attempted intrusions did y'all encounter last year?
Oh, my gosh. I can get you that number because we have each month we have millions and millions of attacks per day.
Wow.
And we have that, and we keep those statistics just for that reason. And also, so we have internal, we're checking the internal, and then we have EDHS checking the external. And then they provide us ratings, low, moderate, and high. And if something pops up and say, hey, it's really bad, then we get phone call from IJC3, the Joint Cybersecurity Command out of DC, that will provide, hey, this IP address is on a list, and then you go and search that environment. But yeah, I can get you those statistics at a high level, and we run those numbers. I get a monthly report on it, and you'll be surprised at the amount of millions and millions of attacks that happen on a site. Yeah.
Okay, the other question I have, do y'all have an off-net system?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Of course, our classified systems are off-net. Our, a lot of our processes that goes on from DWPF, SWPF, those are what we call a secondary network that's not connected to the internet for those reasons. Because of, we're concerned that, that's what the attack vector is trying to get to. You're looking at just like the smart grid, it's the same thing, sir. Yeah.
So y'all can have a red-black system.
Yes, sir. The classified environment is totally separate, and we call it sneaker net because as you go and update it, you wear your shoes to go over it. It's not connected. You gotta go physically and update it. You ever hear the term sneaker net? That's why it's using your sneakers to walk over to a facility in order to update it. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
No problem.
All right, Scott?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, I was, of course, very interested in the subject, and the government installations, and of course you got Eisenhower next door and the CSRA. It's no longer a secret, right? You're getting attacked by a lot of bad actors, sophisticated bad actors.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And I'm wondering, with the SRS, you talked about it being sophisticated. It's one thing to shut down a military installation, another thing to shut down something with so complex of vendors and outside. And that, of course, is your vulnerability, I guess, main vulnerability. Do you foresee a larger role, or are you getting ready for a larger role? Because it's going to get worse, right? Of like Cyber Army Command coming in, doing more functions. And do you see a big change as in NSA coming in security allowances and things like that?
No, it's not. I think, as you can see where the nation is going, it's going to increase. Cyber warfare is there right now, and that's why we have the Cyber Protection Brigade is out of Fort Eisenhower. So that partnership is there. So we meet with them, and so we usually have on a quarterly basis, even the other three letter agency that's out there. I don't even want to say the name, just guess who's listening. But the three letters. We partner with them also. So we also share our notes. So we'll have FBI come in. We have the other agency come in, and they'll talk about this attack happened. So they'll talk about it at the secret level, then they go up to the next level, which is higher than secret, at top secret, even higher than top secret. So we understand the actors associated with it and how they did it. Because we're trying to share as much as possible to understand what could happen. But it is happening so much that we need that partnership across the river because they have a unique skill set. They see it a lot more than we do. So as they see it, they communicate over to the counterintelligence organizations. Hey, go look in your environment to see you have these type of indicators. And we're talking about indicators, and maybe it's just an IP address that showed up on a hacker's on a dark site that's pulling X, Y, and Z. We go and search for that, and we block it.
Yeah, I think that's so important, Levon, and what it does also, as you become a major target, all the companies near you also do. So it's important for the whole area to
yes, sir.
To pick up their cyber hardness. Thank you.
Yep. No problem.
All righty, Marty.
Marty Ball, Cab.
Yes, sir.
My cybersecurity friends tell me the ideal computer is one that's been beaten with a hammer and tossed in the ocean.
Oh.
But there's a cost to cybersecurity.
Yes.
In terms of productivity. And I'm wondering, who advocates for the user and how do you balance the need to actually get things done on a computer with the need for security? Is there an advocate?
Oh yeah, that is an excellent question. Because the strange thing to me is like good and evil. My good side is IT. Like, yeah, I want to push out. I want to install all this great technology. I want to move the site forward. And the cyber says, "Whoa, no, you need to slow down because of this. It's a balance. It is a balance. And so the biggest thing for us, we try to look at, just like in security application designing security early in the process, we want to bake cybersecurity into the application early as possible. Because the problem right now, a lot of times, if you're developing a large system, you can't wait and get to the 9th step of it and try to go through and scan it then, because now it's going to break everything within your system. You have to modify it. So you're scanning throughout the whole process to inject security into it. But as you can think about, cybersecurity is one of the major headaches that we have from a site perspective, because they always say, why are you slowing me down? Why can I use, I'm gonna use Mr. Tarbett, why can't I use my Wi-Fi to connect my TV to my device? Well, first of all, that device, that Wi-Fi has been improved. And so they don't understand about the data itself associated with it, and that's the part where I come in as a translator. I call myself a translator. I understand the IT, I understand the cybersecurity. Now, in between the senior manager and the worker bees that's doing all the work in these areas. But you gotta have that balance. And what we don't wanna do is slow down the mission and getting waste out of the tanks. I don't wanna spend, just say, $2 million to put in one gadget, only because, the tank waste, that valves may close or open. I don't want to spend $2 million putting security around it. Is it really worth doing that? And those are some of the decisions that we had to bring up to Mr. Butney, the AO, and he has to accept that risk. So in some of those cases, you have a third-party vendor. There's a cloud vendor that's not FedRAMP that's out there that say, hey, well, we really need to use this for our ambulance services. They have not went through the FedRAMP process yet. Well, we don't want to slow it down, but as a result of safety and security concerns, can we accept this risk? And we have a process that we go through, that we go up to, and we meet with manager and the deputy manager on, and they are the only ones can sign off on it. Because if something happens, they're the one that's gonna be answering the phone in front of CNN, Fox, or anyone else. It's not gonna be me. I may be feeding them the information. They're the front person. They're the senior management that unfortunately will be attacked from our friends, the media. Yes, sir.
I was just going to add into that.
Where's your card at? I'm sorry, go ahead now.
I made the card, man.
Yes,
I was going to add into that and say that, being in a very public-facing thing, there's lots of things that we want to do and try, and, technologies that we want to adopt, and very rarely do we get told an outright no. What Mr. Bolton and his folks do is they say, here's the version of that we can deploy for you.
That's right.
And that version may or may not fit what I want to do, so maybe we don't do it, but very often they don't tell us no for the user. I can say this on the user side. What they say is, here's the version of it we can do.
Yeah. And so a lot of times we slow the process down, because unfortunately sometimes we really don't know what we're really asking. And then when you bring me a rock, I say, well, this is not what I wanted to do, but now you have me change all these security protocols and open the network up for more vulnerabilities. So yeah, we really try to, and we have other companies like IT consulting firms that help us too, from a security, IT, for loan, for vendors, from a supply chain. Because what you don't want to do is get to say a small company that's been in place, to say 2 years. It's not a guarantee that that's going to be in place another 6, 7 years from now. Those are concerns that we have that's out there.
All right, any other questions for Lewan?
Or any question from Mr. Butney?
No, thank you so much, Lewan. That's okay. All right, folks, we've come to the time in our day where it is time to take a lunch break. But before we do, let's see. Marty, John, and Hubert, please see Miss Audrey before going away to grab something to eat. She needs to get your picture. And of course, we will be back in the room, let's say 12:30, so that we can start at 1. So thank you all, and see you at 12:30. We're starting at 1, yes. We'll start at the 2-minute warning. We'll get started here in just a couple of minutes. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed your break. Some of us more than others. But welcome back. Oh my goodness. Well, we're going to keep things rolling on the agenda. But before we do, I just want to let you know that some versions of your agenda have voting on there, and we are not going to be doing voting today. So I just wanted to make that announcement. And we will get back to you with more information about that. And so we're going to move on to waste tank closure process, sampling and analysis with Larry Romanowski. Yeah.
I can see it.
Magic wand.
All right. As mentioned, my name is Larry Romanowski, work for SRMC. And I guess now that I have the honors of after lunch, I think Luan was going to make you do jumping jacks, he said, so I'll let him lead us. But anyway, name is Larry Romanowski, work for SRMC. Quick background, worked for SRNL, went away from the site for a while, but since 2001, I've been back essentially in the liquid waste side of the facilities, tank farms, saltstone, but essentially liquid waste. And without getting to where I stand in the organization, primarily what my group and my job is to work through the regulatory documentation. All the way from the beginning with the waste determinations, was involved with that for saltstone, for the tank farms, then the processes that were put in place for tank closures, how do we interact with the regulators, what are the documentation, or what documentation do we need to do? So kind of that whole realm of that interaction between what goes on in the facility with the folks doing the waste removal, for the folks closing tanks, and the documentation process liaison in between that, and showing and demonstrating that we meet all of our regulatory requirements, and how do we do that, and how do we demonstrate that. I'm not going to go through the acronyms. If I slip into them, they're there. Some of you were lucky enough, I was here last year talking to kind of a different step, but essentially what I'm going to go today is kind of update over the last year, where do we stand in some of these tank closure processes, and then talk a little bit more detail about the next step. Last time when I was here, you heard John mention the term PCWR. We'll remind you what that is, and some tanks have now gotten there, so it's what's the next step. Last year I focused on that, now we'll focus on what happens next. And I will stretch it into a little bit further to some of the questions that were asked earlier, just to give some insight, but not get too far ahead, because I think I'll probably be back again on the other phases. Just real quick, essentially to store, retrieve, process, treat, and dispose of legacy waste. That's what we do. And we've got 43 active tanks, 33 million gallons of waste today. And I'll speak to that a little bit, because people get hung up on that number. And our end states are essentially, when we talk about tank closure, operational closure of the tanks. Material going to DWPF for eventual disposal, material going over to saltstone, so the low-level waste going over to saltstone for disposal in saltstone disposal units, and then eventually the deactivation, decommissioning. I think kind of leading at one of the questions earlier, I won't get into it here, but then what happens after operational closure of the waste tanks. Key processing, DWPF, so our sludge, as well as some of the actinides and cesium that gets pulled out as part of SWPF, goes over to the DWPF, gets vitrified. The salt waste, decontaminated salt waste after coming out of SWPF, that then goes out to saltstone processing facility, disposed of as a grout form saltstone in the saltstone disposal units. And then saltstone disposal itself, that disposal facility. So when you look at our different wastes, there's really three types that we deal with. Salt supernate, the easiest way to explain this is any kind of liquid that we have in a waste tank. It may be concentrated supernate, it may be dissolved salt solution, but anytime we have liquid, it's gonna fall under that salt supernate category. When you see this, I know a lot of people see this graphic, but that's what that means. Then we have salt cake, so that is the solid salt cake. Over time, as they evaporated supernate in the tank, we formed what I'll call solid salt that ended up in there. That's kind of that white material that you see in the middle. And then we have sludge, and that's when the material first came into the tank farm from the canyons. You'd settle out material at the bottom as a sludge form, then they would continue to evaporate and concentrate the liquid portion of that and form the salt cake. And really, when you look at this number, I've had people say, well, the 33 million gallons or the 30 hasn't changed much if you go look over the last X years. It's like that number hasn't changed much. The reason is for us to remove the salt cake and to remove the sludge, we essentially have to turn it into more waste. For us to take the salt cake out, a good rough number is we have to go dissolve the solid salt cake. To do that, we have to add water, and up to about a 3-to-1 type of ratio. So we will dissolve up the salt, but that'll turn into 3 times, from a volume perspective, the salt solution that then goes to DWPF. So the really thing to pay attention to over time is the salt cake volume in curies and the sludge volume in curies, because what we are trying to do all the time is if we've got open space in a tank and it's not a tank being closed, we want to be making the next salt batch, making the next sludge batch. So we're going to be filling up that open space in a tank. Once the next salt batch moves on, we'll start building the next one. You know, we have limited space, so we'll take advantage of it. So if you don't see that overall number change much, that's really what's going on. It's the number of curies and the volume of salt cake and sludge that you will see change over time. Again, just quick look at the facilities. Material came into the canyons, or into the tank farm from the canyons. And just to give you an example, people don't really think about it. They think we're still receiving a lot of material. Tank 1, for example, that we are now getting active in and starting to put equipment in, it received its sludge late 50s, early 60s. They did a little bit of sludge removal. They added salt to it in the early 70s, and it's been sitting there since that time. You know, so we are now going after those tanks that have been storing material now, which could be for decades, versus some of the active tanks that may serve a purpose today. A lot of these now we're going after that waste that's been there for decades. We either dissolve up the salt solution, or we make, you know, remove the sludge, send those slurries to DWPF, salt solution goes to SWPF. You know, the material gets stripped out there, actinide, cesium, sent over and moved into glass. Salt waste becomes a dissolved salt solution after SWPF, moves over to salt processing facility, and then over to the SDUs for final disposal. I'm going to spend a whole lot of time on that. Kind of where we are today and the number of batches. So in the sludge batch world, we are currently working on sludge batch 10, projected total of about 19 before we are all done. You see the number of canisters where we stand. Salt batches, we are currently working, and the numbering, if you hear numbers, they got a little out of sequence from a pure number perspective, but we are working on our 12th salt batch out of expected 90 total. Preliminary ceased waste. When we were here last time, last January, 8 tanks had been done. Those were the 8 tanks that were closed. It's been 2014, that kind of time frame, so it's been a while. Well, since that time, we made a lot of progress this year, and we actually have 3 tanks that in 24, we were able to achieve preliminary ceased waste removal. And I'll speak real quick on, kind of remind folks of what that means. And then there's a number of other tanks that we are actively working on. We'll kind of touch on that as well to get them to that state as well. There's a lot of tanks in various phases of the removal process, all heading towards that PCWR state. And then 8 tanks closed to date. SDUs, we have 6, 7, 8, and 9. These are the mega SDUs that are all available now for operations, and 3 more, 10 and 11, 12, that are in various stages of construction. Kind of a reminder of where we got to PCWR and what it means is back in 2022, the Department of Energy, along with DES and the EPA, renegotiated our FFA milestones. We had milestones for the, I'll call it the old style tanks, so our type 1, 2s, and 4s. These are the tanks without full secondary containment. And there's always been milestones for operational closure of those tanks, as well as a previous one called bulk waste removal. Those were on hold for a while as new contractor came in, new system plan, what does that mean? But in 2022, a new set of milestones was established. And along with that was a series of common goals, you know, and values of what should we be focusing on and what should we be going after, and what do all the agencies kind of agree are those items to focus on. Preliminary ceased waste. What this means is when DOE believes that we are done with waste removal. In other words, we think we will be able to meet not only the state's performance objectives, the DOE order performance objectives, our NDA 3116 criterion. When we believe that we can meet that, there is a presentation that's given of why we think that's true. You know, at this point, as I'm going to talk about, we haven't gone through our full-blown sampling, we haven't done all the analysis, we haven't done all the modeling, but we're using knowledge that we do have of some models that we've run, that we believe, you know, that unless we learn something really unexpected, we will be able to meet all the performance objectives. We provide that presentation with all the explanation of why we believe that's true to both DES and the EPA, and then the agencies agree that there isn't something else, or they don't believe there's something else we should go try. And the reason we have this preliminary stage is, as we get into sampling analysis, what you'll see is there's a lot of work that goes on there. There's a lot of time and a lot of money spent sampling, analyzing, doing documentation. And the idea being, we want to know now before we go into that, is there anything else that, you know, that's been done or hasn't been done that the agencies may say, if you had just come and asked us a year and a half ago, you know, we would have told you we think you could have done more. So we get that preliminary agreement, and it's just that. It's a preliminary agreement to move on into the sampling analysis phase and continue to advance what's going on with the project. So this became a new milestone. It used to be a bulk waste removal one, but this is one where DOE really has no intent to reuse a tank. And DOE in this agreement can't reuse that tank unless they get permission from DES and EPA. But again, that would never be our intention to go do a tank. Well, this is, we believe we're done. It is ready for closure. Now we just have to go document and demonstrate that we meet all of the criteria moving forward. So the steps in the tank closure process. We really start with waste removal, and I won't get into it. There's all different kinds of sludge removal, waste removal, what goes on in time. But if we just talk waste removal in general, we're removing, you know, whether it's a salt tank, a sludge tank, a combined tank, we're going after getting the waste out of that tank. When we believe we have removed that waste to be able to meet all of our various performance objectives, we move to that preliminary ceased waste stage, and that is a briefing that we provide. Again, DOE provides to EPA and DES, and it's an extensive briefing. You know, unfortunately for some of them, we get to put them together. There may be 90 pages worth of all the details of what's happened with that tank, really since the beginning, when construction all the way through all the waste removal activities, each step of a waste removal activity, why we think we will meet all the various performance objectives to be able to move forward. Based on that then, and discussions in that meeting, at times we have gone back and revised that presentation because it is really the record at that point of what the decision was made of. DOE will then, through letter, formally request concurrence from the other agencies that we reach that step. They will get written concurrence back, and at that point then, we're ready to move into the residual sampling and analysis phase. And I'll get into that in more detail, so I won't spend it here. Once we get through that phase is kind of a final waste decision. We had the preliminary. During the sampling and analysis, we now demonstrate in writing with public participation, and we'll walk through that this is why we believe we meet it all. Here it is. And then the agencies reach, I'll call it the final agreement, to go ahead. You've demonstrated everything. We can move forward with stabilization of a tank. Because once we move to grouting, you know, we've moved into an irreversible action. It's not like we can decide, I need to go back now and do something. So that's that final waste decision. Without getting into all the details, the true final decision comes out of DOE. In other words, the closure module world demonstrates to DES, EPA that we've met all of their requirements. We also have DOE requirements, NDA requirements. So the real decision falls in the hands of DOE to give us as the contractor permission to move forward with actually grouting of a tank. You know, checking all the boxes that everything we're supposed to do for all of the different regulatory paths has been completed. Then we move to operational closure. Removal from service, same term, but what it means is that's where we go and we will stabilize the tank or isolate the tank from certain processes so that we can't transfer into that tank. We can't add any chemicals or anything else into that tank. We may keep some of the utilities going so that we don't have to shut them off and pull in, air, water, those types of things. But we will isolate it from the ability to receive any waste from anywhere else in the tank farm. And then we grout the tank. So we essentially fill it with grout. It's a specially formulated grout because what we do understand is, yes, it's a concrete outer tank. Yes, you have a carbon steel tank. When we do our modeling, we have to do performance assessment modeling that says what happens to that, not just in the short term, but what happens to that for 1,000 years, 10,000 years and beyond. Concrete degrades, carbon steel degrades, all these things over time will degrade. Infiltrating water will make its way, down through whether it's groundwater or rainwater that becomes infiltrating water. It will eventually, over those years, make it into a tank. And over time, we'll start to pick up some of that waste and move it. So our performance assessment modeling is looking at what happens to that over tens of thousands of years. We have objectives that we have to meet from DOE orders. We also have, as part of 3116, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission is monitoring how we meet those performance objectives. And so it really gets into what's going to happen over time. Material is going to degrade. It is going to happen, but what does that dose then mean to a future hypothetical member of the public or to someone who moves on site, drills a well, swims, grows their food, irrigates their food, grows their crops, farms animals, eats those animals. All that factors into what might a dose to the future hypothetical member of the public receive. And so that becomes part of the modeling that we look at to be able to demonstrate that we can do that. The other thing that goes on is once we do grout a tank, there's this interim portion between when I talk about operational closure of a tank, we grout the tank. So if you go out there today, can't tell a big difference between necessarily, unless you know what you're looking at, a grouted tank and an operating tank, because there is still a lot in the facility that's operating. There is still a lot that'll eventually go through the whole closure process, the D&D process per the FFA and operable unit closure. But it was, well, what happens in the meantime? If DOE grouts a tank like we did, 10 years ago, and if final decisions on the tank farm aren't made till, 20 years from now, is anyone paying attention to what's going on with that tank? And the answer is yes. That tank gets put on an inspection program where we are each year required, we go out, we walk down all the closed tanks, we obviously can't look inside the tank, it's full of grout, but we're looking at the area. Is vegetation growing? Is there standing water? Is something happened to the stormwater system around it? Just making sure that there's nothing strange going on around that tank versus it's closed, it's out of everybody's mind, it's sitting off in the corner and nobody is watching it for the next 20 years. So that is this maintenance and monitoring program. As a tank gets closed, it moves into this program. That becomes part of something that becomes a 5-year review by DES and the EPA, where they can look at all those, or at any time if they want to see the reports that we follow, we take pictures and do all that. So that's a little bit more of just the whole process kind of start to finish if we walk through it. Kind of where we stand since we were here last time in that 2022 agreement. This kind of shows you the number of PCWRs. So these are the FFA milestones, not necessarily by tank number, but by number of tanks in a calendar year. So 2024, we were supposed to finish 1. We actually finished 3 in 2024. Tank 10 was in May, tank 9 in October, and then tank 4 finished up in December. So we're already 2/3 of the way done with 2025's milestone to get 3 done. So we are aggressively trying to go through and continually speed these up and obviously trying to get done well ahead of any of the milestones that you see here. That's kind of the bottom there is essentially, it's not just a matter of, hey, we've got to meet the milestones in this many years, but aggressively, one of the other common goals and values was to get curies out as quick as we can. Bottom there is just kind of a goal number 2, reduce operational environmental risk by aggressively removing curies from the waste tank. That's just an example of when I talk about those common goals and values, that's just an example of one of them. And so that's why you see us, accelerating and trying to move forward here. Just a quick look at the tank farm in general. When you look at F-tank farm, 17 through 20 closed, 5 and 6 closed. Tank 4 is now PCWR. We talk about tanks a lot. we've got these two diversion boxes. There's a number of ancillary structures, as we call them, that will fall under this exact same process. Evaporators, diversion boxes, pump tanks, pump pits, things that came in contact with waste as a primary containment device will follow this same process. And we have also operationally closed 2 diversion boxes. We did that several years ago. You look at this, and over an F-tank farm, it was closed, but we are actively doing salt removal right now in tank 3. We've got the equipment going into tank 2, and the equipment is now going into tank 1. Tank 7 has to kind of wait because everything funnels through tank 7, but the sooner we get the others done, the sooner tank 7 gets done. We are also now looking at tank 8 was storing some material that was going to take a while before we got to it. They're actively now looking at accelerating that, finding another home for that material so we can start getting into tank 8 as well. Over in F-tank farm, 12 and 16 closed. 9 and 10 PCWR, so those are moving into the sampling analysis phase. Tank 11 is now, it had to wait because everything went through 11, so it is now actively going through its final waste removal stages. Tank 16 closed, tank 15, that one's been a little bit more of a challenge, but we are actively doing waste removal in 15. That has to go through 13, so 13's waiting, but 14 is all outfitted and ready to go. And so again, there's a lot that goes on here, but all those tanks, are aggressively being looked at. These are all the older style tanks in those areas to get them cleaned and get them closed. Eye chart, not meant to read it, but essentially what this is this is the integration of all of our regulatory documentation. The easiest way to look at it is, I'll call the rows going across as our swim lanes and all the different programs that we have to somehow demonstrate as we go through this closure process. There was NEPA, decision made years ago that what would happen is we would clean the tanks and grout them. That was an early decision of what happens to these tanks. Do you dig them up? Do you grout them? Do you fill them with saltstone? And it was to clean the tanks and grout them in place. The next swim lane is from 3116 in our waste determination. What are all the criteria in there that we have to meet to demonstrate that we can close a tank? Then becomes the DOE Order 435. What all do we have to demonstrate there? This is our performance assessments, closure plans, and the final approval falls under that category. Next one down is essentially our dealings under the permit and with the state regulations. How do we meet all of those? We have a consolidated general closure plan. I'll show you some steps out of that. That's essentially between DOE, DES, and the EPA of what is this process that we meet everything. And then the bottom line is how does all of that integrate into the FFA, and demonstrate that we meet all of the steps of the FFA. The columns then become area specific. We've got a bunch of overarching documents that tell us what we must demonstrate for each tank down the road. So they're the overarching documents, area ones. The middle becomes kind of the individual tanks and all the documents that we have to provide and steps we have to go through for an individual tank to show that we meet all the things the area document said we would. The far right is then what happens after we grout a tank. So if we start talking about the sampling and analysis phase, down here, without being able to read it, that's preliminary ceased waste. So sampling analysis is all these things, and we'll step through those of what happens now. For those tanks that are done with PCWR, what happens to them now? Until we get to this is actually stabilizing the tank, so permission to grout a tank and move forward. Again, hard to read, but what you see here is actually a diagram out of that consolidated general closure plan. So these are the steps that we go through in order to be able to eventually get that final ceased waste decision. And there's kind of 2 steps here, and I'll blow it up a little more so you can actually read it, but the top is coming up with the final inventory within that waste tank. When we go to preliminary ceased waste, it's more of a qualitative look of where we believe we're at. We've done some estimates of volume, not as extensive as we do in the next step. We have some understanding of the waste, of what we think it is, and how much leeway do we have if we're wrong, that we're comfortable that we're going to be wrong about something based on what we're predicting, and what we may actually find in a tank. Do we have enough leeway that once we learn these things, we're still going to be okay from performance objectives? But that top is where we really do come up with Okay, now I'm going to go do my final volume determination. I'm going to do sampling and analysis. I'm going to come up with an inventory for that tank of the actual inventory versus the predicted. And then I'm going to take that inventory and plug it back into our models to see where we really stand in the model versus what we were saying and where we would stand. The second becomes then, I'll call it the closure module process, and this is where we document all that, for the purposes of, all of our waste removal history, actual documenting our demonstration that we do meet the performance objectives. I've now taken that inventory and we'll write about that inventory. I've plugged it into the models. We'll write about what we discovered in those models and why it meets performance objectives. That then finally gets us to that final cease waste decision. So the inventory portion of it. Once we get this agreement of PCWR, the first thing that we do is come over here and do a much more extensive mapping of the residual material that's in the tank. So this is cameras, video, spoiler alert for the drone thing. We've now at least flown a drone inside of a waste tank to demonstrate we can do that. So the first thing now is, can it help us in this inventory determination? Because essentially what we're doing is we are taking extensive video, photographs, and we've got a group of folks, we know all the dimensions inside the tank, we know how high the cooling coils are, we know how high the base plates are, we know what the weld on the base plate is, and they're essentially going, a little foot by foot quadrant and estimating what the volume is in that area. Is it a ½ an inch off the bottom? Is it a ¼ inch? Is it higher? That all results in what essentially is a 3D map of what we believe is in the tank. And typically what we will find is, refer to them as mounds. Sometimes they aren't large mounds, but they're higher than just the general area. And usually those are in areas that are just difficult because of cooling coil fences, I'll call them, cooling coils everywhere, places we couldn't reach directly. But we then use that mapping to come up with our sampling plan. We also have a sampling analysis program plan, quality assurance program plan, again, reviewed and approved by both the state and EPA of how we're going to go do our sampling and what's all the QA that we're going to use for our analysis. So based on the volume, based on the attributes of the waste that's in there, we will come up with a sampling plan to go after 15 and or more, depending on what we see, individual samples in the tank. And it's never right below where it's easy. It doesn't work out that way. There's a reason it was hard to get to and why it's still there. And so what has to happen, then we work out that plan so that we can get a good representative results for what we say is in the tank. Based on that plan, then the folks out in the field will go gather samples. And this is where they start moving into the robotics. To be able to reach, they've got several different robots, new ones they're working on, and it's not as simple as put it in and drive over there. In that bottom picture, you'll see one holding a ramp. So it'll actually carry a ramp with it because there are cooling coils on the bottom. There may be broken cooling coils on the bottom. There may be something else. They will set up a ramp, crawl over it, maybe even take the ramp with it again. But they're working through how do they go get the samples. And often we have to go back and forth on if they couldn't get a certain location, can we substitute another? Do they have to go in another riser? So that sampling occurs. We finally gather up all the samples, and it goes to analysis to the lab. And essentially there's a lot of work going on besides just the analysis of homogenizing, making sure we're getting representative results. We've essentially all that volume that you looked at, we will then have them build a composite sample based on the volumes. In other words, I want X grams out of that because it's 50% of the volume in the tank. And so we will build a compositing plan. They will then do the compositing and then actually perform the analysis. So once we have the analysis, that's giving us concentrations of chemicals and rads, and we have a volume. Between the volume and the concentration, now we come up with an inventory, because that's really what matters. People like to focus on volume. It's the easy thing to look in there and go, oh, you didn't change your volume much. What really matters is the inventory that is in that volume. And so we get that inventory of all the rads and all the chemicals that we look at. We then take those and we plug them into our models. We had assigned or predicted numbers. We now take the real numbers, put them into the model for that specific tank, and we rerun the whole performance assessment to make sure that what is this tank's individual contribution, as well as what does it do to the overall, that we can still meet all of our performance objectives. And that's referred to as a special analysis. We have an overarching performance assessment that looks at everything, but every tank then will go through its own special analysis, because that's what gives us the numbers of what is the predicted dose to a member of the public, what is the groundwater doses, what are the chemical constituents of concern, and where do we stand relative to, our different performance objectives. So once that's done, we've got the inventory, we've got our models, so now it becomes this closure module process. There are other documents in NDAA world. I'm going to talk about the closure module one here. There's some other reports then we have to show that we meet the DOE order. That's done with the SA, concluding that we still meet the various dose requirements there. But the closure module process is the one that essentially we draft up a closure module. We work with DES and EPA to come up with a revision 0 of the closure module. And there, within our closure plan, it kind of specifies what is going to be in there. So we're talking about waste removal, we talk about results. This is the written demonstration that we will meet all of our performance objectives. Once that Rev 0 is essentially agreed upon between the agencies, it goes out for a public comment period. So this is a point for every tank. Sometimes we may put 2 tanks together into an individual closure module, but essentially in that whole overall map you saw, this is a public participation step that'll happen for every one of the waste tanks. Closure module will go out there, it'll go out for public comment. There has been so far every time also a public meeting about in the middle of that, where we summarize the contents of the closure module. It's announced on the DES websites of when those are happening. Comments come back, anything that we are requested to go resolve or make changes to, by DES, we will make those changes, and if needed, a Rev 1 comes out. Once we've gone through all that, only then do we essentially, through that approval, reach that final concurrence of waste removal, that we are done with waste removal versus the preliminary step. Now this is the final decision that essentially DOE has permission to move forward with stabilizing of the waste tank. Again, this is just the wording that you see in the FFA. It says that the 3 agencies will decide, and so these are the steps that we go through to reach that 3 agency decision that waste removal is complete within a given tank. Won't talk about it much here, hinted at it. I think that may be next year's topic, but that is the isolation and stabilizing then. Essentially the amount of work that we do is somewhat limited until we reach this step, because there's always that chance that we learn something that makes us go back into a tank. So as far as doing a bunch of irreversible or things that would make us go back and, reattach a whole bunch of equipment, moving material back into the area, it's kind of a balance there of when do you start doing that so that you can get to grouting as soon as possible. Again, just a high level view, so that's what, kind of in summary, that's what happens during the sampling analysis. So this really is, all those steps that you see happen and why that preliminary ceased waste step is in there. Before we launch into all that work that you saw with the mapping and the sampling and the analysis and going out to the public and writing the closure modules, we believe we're there. Do other folks agree with us before we launch into that, that duration and the money that goes along with that? But in general, what you're looking at is, the tank farm will get grouted, each of the individual tanks going through operational closure, and then this kind of speaks to, then there will be a final decision made. You'll hear us talk about a closure cap, and that is what we model in our PAs, and that's what we envision. But that is a final decision that'll be part of that really operable unit closure of all of F Tank Farm. This is what we're modeling today. This is what we believe. But again, that really is a final decision as part of the whole FFA process at the time when the whole F Tank Farm operable unit is being looked at being closed. And again, just quick summary, when you look at the old style tanks, kind of where we stand, 8 of them have been closed. 3 of them now are at the PCWR complete and moving into the sampling analysis phase. Tank 3, Tank 11, and Tank 15 are actively in waste removal right now, making headway in all of those. And so hopefully those are the next 3, PCWR tanks that we get through. Field modifications in Tank 1, Tank 2, and Tank 14 are ongoing. 14 kind of has to wait for 15, and 1 and 2, it's just a matter of they are to the point now of installing the equipment to move forward with waste removal. Then we still have several of them that have an ongoing mission right now. And so over time, as some of those missions change, we'll work to get those tanks into the waste removal process for the purposes of closure. Questions?
Yes, that was automatic, most definitely.
That's good.
Okay, let's start. Let's start over here, John.
John Thomas, Cab. On your last slide, there are some gaps in, I guess it's the first listing of the preliminary. Why are there gaps in that? Why are we continuing?
Okay, so what you're looking at here, and I'll explain also why you see gaps in operational closure. So John mentioned earlier the system plan world of kind of laying out how do we get through all the tanks. Because there's several things going on. One is obviously we're going after, closure of the older style tanks. But we also have to continue to feed SWPF, continue to feed DWPF, and we can't just do that by pulling waste out of the older style tanks. All the salt batches require a certain recipe makeup, which can't just be, we'll just go get out of the old style tanks. So what you've got there is, as we work through them, that's kind of one part of it was the amount of time it was going to take to get all the equipment in place. And the gap you see is a couple of the Type 4 tanks there at the end right now continue to have a mission. They are used for blend tanks, for example, to prepare salt waste processing facility batches. And so that's what you see there is a gap of, when do they become available to go to closure? And that is something that each time they do the system plan, it gets looked at, those will move around some, but that's really what it is you look at the whole plan. And the other people ask, well, that doesn't add up to 43 tanks. The milestones are for the old style tanks. Amongst this is also some of the newer style Type 3, 3A tanks that because of where they are, because of the feed that's in them, they may reach the PCWR phase ahead of some of these others because they have the salt that's great feed for salt waste processing facility. They have the transfer facilities set up that we can use them to get batches over there faster. And so that's really what it comes down to. Is there another purpose versus if we were to just focus purely on the old style tanks, there would be hits to salt batching and DWPF sludge batching. And the only way to get stuff out of here is those two directions. So we don't want to slow those down because essentially what happens then you just come to a stalemate of, I can't move the stuff out of the old style tank because I don't have room elsewhere because SWPF doesn't have feed batches. The operational closure side, what you see there and people ask about those gaps is, and we're still working through this. The idea was you can kind of gain an economy of scale by, if I go and completely isolate an individual tank and I do go through all the work to set up the ability to grout, the grout lines, where the trucks or however we do it may come. There's economy to scale to say, if you go back to that, like 9 through 11 down here in F Tank Farm. The idea being, why don't we close those as a group from a grouting perspective? I can go isolate the electrical by going to one place and isolating the electrical versus saying, I'm gonna isolate closed tank 12 from about to close tank 10, and I'm gonna isolate it from 9, versus I can go do one spot, because there's design and everything that goes into that. It's not just you go out and remove a lead. So that you see the groupings in the operational closures as kind of that 9 through 10, or 9 through 12 would be grouted as a grouping. 13 through 16 is a logical grouping. We are actually looking now, though, with some of these PCWRs being pulled ahead, does it make sense in some cases to go after on an individual basis, and what's the trade-off there?
Okay, thank you. And my other question's on the sampling robots. How do you decontaminate those?
Essentially, most of those robots, if we run through one or two, remain in the tank.
Okay.
They will remain in the tank along with some of the other equipment, and that's understood. Some of the pumps in that will remain in there. For something like a pump, from a performance assessment perspective, we don't like having fast flow pass, which I'll say would allow water to get from the top of the tank straight to the bottom without going through grout. So we will actually go through steps to try and grout the internals of things like pumps. But there is equipment like the crawlers that'll stay in there. Some does get removed, if needed. But typically, there's been others that, quite honestly, by the time they got their sample, got back, and what they were maneuvering end up stuck. And so we have to deploy, but yeah.
So how can you get the samples if they're just going to stay in there?
So what'll happen, the crawler has some of these little sample cups. And we have a riser, say, where we do have access of a straight shot down to the bottom of the tank. There'll be a sample carrier sitting at that location that may hold 4 or 6 of these sample cups. The robot will go get a sample cup, come back, put it in the carrier, go off, get the next sample, bring it back, put it in the carrier. And then we have another way to pull the carrier up out of the tank.
Okay.
So it's not that the whole crawler's coming up, it is depositing these sample vials into a carrier that we then retrieve, and then we ship those off as kind of groupings.
Okay, thanks.
Another spoiler alert, can you use drones?
Okay. Sade.
My name is Sade Shofidi, SRS cab. I am curious about why there are gaps within the tank closures. I didn't really, did like one tank closure is in 1997, and then 2012, and then it's just.
So in the previous ones, what it really came down to is you'll see the big gap between tanks 17 and 20, which was done in the 90s. Then essentially, and it was done under a different regulatory strategy than what you see here today. Then we went through a time in the early 2000s where, it happened on the saltstone side, but it became what's the ability of DOE to reclassify waste from high-level waste to low-level waste. Lawsuit out on the West Coast, this was the whole waste incidental reprocessing. 3116 legislation came on board, which was an alternate way for the department to reclassify waste from high-level waste to low-level waste. So a lot of the big gap that you see there was working through that process. One, to even come up with that legislation. Then two, you got the legislation, how do you implement it? The decision was made, we implemented it first at the Saltstone facility. Then it moved over and we did it for F tank farm, then H tank farm. So some of the gap you see is we didn't even have these processes that I talked to. Those weren't even in place. So it was working through what is the process to meet everybody's. So a lot of what you saw in those flow charts are things that were worked out during that time period. And going through that waste determination process, that has NRC consultation involvement, so that's a multi-year process. So once that all got taken care of, and it was F tank farm first, followed by H tank farm, then the site started going after tanks that were available. That's why you then see 18 and 19 became the next tanks. Then we went after 5 and 6. So it really was just a matter of one, doing the waste removal requires space in a lot of other tanks. We didn't have SWPF. So we couldn't just make a bunch of space to go do waste removal. So it all had to fit in. One, is the regulatory steps in place? 2, do we now have the space, the equipment? Just to give you an idea, to go equip a tank for waste removal is a multi-year thing. It's not that they all are sitting there with their equipment and ready to go. And so a lot of that was just working through, one, getting the processes in place. Then you see 12 and 16 followed because the H tank farm regulatory side of the house came a couple years later in that overall process to get a waste determination, to get a performance assessment, to then work through that side of the house.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you. Yep. I'm also curious about the timeline for the timeline for the tank closure process? And you went into great detail about the process, and I'm probably sure it gets even more granular than that.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know, it looks as if it's very manual with the decision making and waiting to get an assessment from someone. I'm curious about if you guys are leveraging any technologies or like dashboards to streamline this entire process.
It is take a while, and one of the things you saw at the bottom of John's recommendation number 2 was kind of how do we work on this from PCWR to sampling analysis. You know, over time, I can tell you it started off as almost a, go back to 1819, 2.5, almost 3-year process. Tank 12 worked down to about an 18-month process. We are now trying to make that, and that's part of the thing. What else is available? So one of the things that has changed since our last Tank 12 and 16 closures is the closure plan, consolidated general closure plan I mentioned between the state, EPA, and DOE. It was recognized in there as maybe there's some things here that we can streamline. And so even that, because it had things in it like we had to provide, I'll call it a Rev A of the closure module. Once we were done with it from our end, then we would turn it over for a given review cycle time. Then it would come back to us, but it was very granular on, no, you do the whole thing, and then you turn it over. That consolidated general closure plan, as the agencies worked together on some lessons learned, was, well, how do we change some of these things? Like, do we really have to write the entire thing? Because I could sit here today, and this is what we will be working with the agencies on. I can write the history now. I may not have the sampling and the analysis, but I can write the history, and we can all review the history, and we can have that section sitting on the shelf ready to go. Yeah, are there ways that we can speed up the analysis phase of this? We are looking at the sampling phase of it. Are there things that we can do? But these are kind of the first tanks coming up that we will close under that new consolidated general closure plan, which does give us some more leeway. It used to be we had to isolate everything from an individual tank before we could move to the next step. This new consolidated general closure plan gives us some leeway because we would do things like I'd shut off all the ventilation, I'd remove all the electrical, all the power, all the water. And the first thing I did was drag in temporary ventilation, bring over temporary power, bring over temporary water so people could do the work. So this allows us to put a little bit more sense into that, from a regular, what we're allowed to do. So, and part of what you're saying is now how do we go shrink this time period and what is there? And that's one of the things we are now starting to work on even more earnest of how do we close that gap even more between PCWR and permission to grout. And that's also not just being looked at from a regulatory perspective, but also from a field perspective. What does it take to prep a tank and the field for grouting? There's lots of work that has to go on in the field as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you mention the kind of general timeline for that entire process?
The waste removal, I'm always hesitant to say this because lots of times, we may go into a tank, and I'll use tank 3 as an example. We're going into tank 3, we're going to dissolve a batch up. We add water, we may spin the tank up for a week, and we're ready to pump it out. But it has to have a place to go. And so there's a series of transfers that have to happen. So the waste removal can happen over years, or if we really get into it, example of 9 and 10, when we finally had all the equipment in it, over the matter of a few months, we removed all the salt from those. So the waste removal kind of varies on what the tank has a purpose as well. Then from PCWR, like I said, when tank 12 was about an 18-month period. And that's what we're hoping to be able to shrink down. That will require us working along with DES and EPA. Does that impact any of the current agreements? As far as what's written down, what's been agreed to, are there ways that we can, shrink that, consolidate it, go through alternate methods? But again, that will require agreement between all the agencies to do that.
Thank you.
All righty. Pat?
Pat Kilroy, Cab. I love the process. I don't know everything, but I've got questions. First one is when you look into the tank, and you'll have 3 different layers. And then I think about the atomic weight of the actinides y'all are dealing with. It would seem like that the heavier ones would collect at the bottom.
Yeah, so typically when you look at where are most of the actinides, they are in the sludge. Most of them are in that sludge that settled out early.
At the bottom, okay.
Yeah, the other thing that can happen is within the salt matrix, and we're starting to get a better understanding of this now, there was always some uncertainty of how many solids may live within that salt matrix. And the idea being that, we can either do passive dissolution, we can do gentle mixing, or we can just really mix it up. There's always been the understanding that if you do passive type of dissolution, meaning you just add water, you let it dissolve, you pump it out, that those solids will continue to remain in that tank and keep dropping, even to a point where it starts to hamper your ability to dissolve. So by getting to using mixing pumps as fast as we can, even in salt dissolution, keep everything suspended so we can pump it out of there, because it's the solids. When we really look at where the actinide's going, there are some soluble, and that's part of what the MST strikes and SWPF go after. But if you look at the grand scale and the majority of it, it is in that solid and sludge form.
And see, I would think that like plutonium would be really going to the bottom, because it's so active and everything and reactive that, and all the other compounds it can make up, that this would be something that would really sink to the bottom of the tank out of all the things. And you talking about, I don't know, I guess y'all got a big whipper in there to mix it all up and try to get it out. And I don't know if y'all have ever done anything to say, this part of the tank is this and this and this, and as you get down to the bottom, and there's this element that's got, 10,000 year life. And then I look at it, and from previous discussions, I've learned that these tanks do leak. Now, and then it draws me to mind to think, is there monitoring outside each tank that goes down in the ground to the, the groundwater to analyze and look at what is going in the groundwater from this tank and this tank and this tank?
So specifically right now, so what there is, and you talk about most of that type of long-lived stuff being in the sludge and in the solids. If you look at the tanks that, we'll refer to as tanks that have leaks, what you're typically seeing there is the supernate portion is what would leak through a tank, from primary to secondary tank, as opposed to sludge coming out of, and solids moving out of a tank. So in the annulus, we do have continuous monitoring from do we see a leak into the annulus? Conductivity probes and our visual monitoring were required by the FFA to be able to detect within 24 hours if that has happened. So that's in the annular portion then of the tank. As far as the external goes, there is not individual, over time, there have been different well systems set up more internally to the tank, systems within tank farms, and it's moved out over time. But what there is there is a groundwater monitoring program, essentially a groundwater plan for the tank farms, for each one of them, where it is monitored kind of around the tank farm, so to speak. And then that goes off to DES EPA every 6 months or a year. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Well, have they ever considered that the known tanks that leak, about doing monitoring closer to them for groundwater?
Like I said, I know historically there's been groundwater wells in those areas. Some of those, as they've looked over time, but as far as, I think there's been 2 instances, I'll say, of known leaks outside of the annulus. One was tank 16, where it actually filled up above its primary pan, and another one was tank 8 that filled up and a little bit into the groundwater. And in those cases, when they know they had those, there was an extensive core drilling, et cetera, soil boring type of activities that went on to better understand what happened there.
And I was just wondering, did y'all consider, after y'all did everything and evacuated everything, collapsing the tanks? Was that ever considered?
It was not that I know of, but one of the reasons we fill it with grout, there's a couple reasons we fill it with grout. One is purely from a stabilization perspective. If you look at that final closure cap, one of the concerns is if you didn't fill a tank, it will eventually degrade, it will subside. Do you then subside your whole cap to where you formed more or less a pond? So now all your rainwater now is directly over the top of your tank and your infiltration just went way up. Water getting in moves everything faster. The other one is the grout is specifically picked for a lot of different, from a chemical perspective, how it conditions the infiltrating groundwater. In other words, the groundwater comes in at your typical pH, I'll say 7. By going through the cementitious material, that ups the pH. It at least extends the life of your carbon steel. So there's chemical aspects of that all play into it as well. I don't think that collapsing it was ever one of the options. I know removing it, when you go back and look at the early NEPA decisions, removing the tanks was one of the options considered at that time.
So 8 tanks are closed right now, and how many of them are grouted?
8, but when we say operational closure, that means they're grouted.
They're grouted.
So those 8 are grouted.
After y'all pump everything out of the tanks, how do y'all prevent water from getting into them?
Pre-grouting, post-grouting?
Say it rains. Yeah, pre-grouting.
Pre-grouting, essentially, we do get some water infiltration. And I just say that, some of the risers, some of the age of them, but essentially, even during that time between when we believe we're done and we're grouting, we continue to maintain our, the level detection in the annulus does not get turned off, so we know whether we get infiltration in there. We continue to look in the tanks to make sure we aren't getting infiltration there. If we do, typically if we've seen some, by the time we get to grouting, it is dried back out because there is heated ventilation going on within those. And so from a water perspective, it's not as much of a concern. We know it does happen in some tanks, but it's not bringing in more RADs, more chemicals. So from an inventory perspective, but we do watch it because we also don't want to, it can impact our grouting. If we just let too much water go in there, it'll impact the properties of our grout when we go to grout it. So it's something we watch from that perspective as well. We have had to go in the past after doing closure and actually while we were doing grouting, drop a pump in just to remove some of the groundwater or rainwater that had come in, just so it was out of the way for us.
Okay. And then that has to be decontaminated, right?
Typically what we would do there is they may just move it into another tank that's eventually going to go through the whole process.
All right.
Pat, actually, if we could, I'd like to move on to get a question from Marty, and then we can move on to Scott and then come back to you. Is that all right?
Well, I got 2 more.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Hi, Marty Ball, CAB. A few months ago, there were some seismic events in the Aiken area. Do you have contingency plans if one of the tanks should rupture?
Not my area of expertise, but I do know this. So within our documented safety analysis, seismic events falls into all part of that. Not just from what happens with the tank, but also what might that mean for hydrogen generation if you stir up a tank. So all of that is taken into consideration. Not my area, but I know in our documented safety analysis world, they are looking at that. And it gets into a lot with what we do with our tanks. How often we have to mix them. It kind of falls back from if you had a seismic event and you had stored hydrogen, tanks are given different levels of rapid or not rapid, how quick would they generate hydrogen? And so there's things we have to do just to prevent, in the case of a seismic event, what would be the conditions inside of the tanks when that occurs.
All right, Scott?
This is kind of ramblings about the carry on about what they're talking about, but really I think, when we're talking about prioritization several times, of course, I always think of the most important priority is what's the ultimate release, right? So whether it's a catastrophic event, natural or some kind of bad actor event, as you stone these things up, ultimately what matters in your model is out to say 500 years where ecologically we're not going to change a whole lot. Okay, after that, who knows, right? But that model at some point is going to say it's the worst case scenario of one of these cemented things, what's the release? And that's what we should be talking about as far as priorities to go, right? Because it's more likely that a catastrophic event is we just lose our infrastructure, financial and political will to stay up with things, right? That's the way we work, right? So I think that it's important to prioritize closure to the point where the minimal release at a catastrophic event, i.e. just negligence, happens sometime in the future for whatever reason. And so it's more discussion on the ultimate worst-case scenario. And that has to do with setting, looking at best techniques and best practices of cleaning, getting it down, because that's quantifiable, right? How much you can release is quantifiable. So we know how much it can be in a catastrophic event, worst-case scenarios. Just something to think about.
Yeah, I will say, when we look at our modeling, there's always kind of I'll call it the compliance case, and that is our best estimate, because you are thinking out into the future of what might happen. What's also run then are hundreds or even thousands now, the computing capability is there, of other scenarios. In other words, kind of the idea of, we assume a degradation of the steel, we assume a degradation. What if we assume it does nothing? You know, we have a closure cap. What if we assume the closure cap isn't there? You know, slows down infiltration. And the one thing in this performance assessment world is what you think might be conservative may not be conservative. In other words, if you are slowly releasing the material over time because water can get to it faster, does the actual dose go up or down, you know, in time to a person versus if you're storing it and then you get a sudden release because now something has failed. So there's always that compliance case, but then there's also always all the cases of kind of like you said, you know, well, what if your assumptions are wrong? How bad could it get? You know, and kind of that range of where might it fall in those kinds of cases. As far as kind of the catastrophic, I'll say, you know, the explosion release, that's dealt with more in the documented safety analysis world, because they even look at it as from that time where we've emptied the tank, but we aren't grouting. They've got things in place. Well, what happens? What's its material at risk? What might happen if it goes through all of its accident scenarios? And they have their own closure mode requirements that they have to meet before they can stop some surveillances and stop those types of things. So that's kind of their world of, I'll call it the accident world, you know, where we're looking at it from the long-term, you know, groundwater type of impacts, but both get looked at.
Pat.
I'm sorry to take so long. I got two questions, though. How much plutonium estimated is left in the bottom of these tanks?
I'd have to go back and look. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay, I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'd have to look. But it is, like I said, in the closure modules, you know, it's not something that you know, we keep secret. It is, here's the inventory of what's left in this tank. Different plutonium isotopes, you know, everything that we are, you know, measuring for, and the inventory is in there.
Okay, and also based on, I was going through, based on the rate y'all going now, 3 a year, y'all going to complete this by 2039?
Till 2037. Trust me, I've been challenged with more than 3 a year.
Y'all can move it up a little bit then.
Well, I've been challenged with how to do this part faster.
Any additional questions from the board? No? Thank you so much.
All right.
All right, how's everybody feeling? Do we feel like we need a little break? Yes? Okay. So let's, that's totally fine. Let's take about 10 minutes and then we will come back. Thank you so much. All right, I hope you enjoyed your break. Let's keep things rolling. We've got FH Laboratory Deactivation Project presented by Trey Gillen and Bert Krapps. Come on down. Oh, yeah. That sounds great. Yeah. You have the wand of power.
Larry McDaniels, who works, I'm Bert Krapps with the DOE Savannah River and Nuclear Materials Program. And Larry McDaniels and Trey were planning to give the brief today on our update on the FNH lab deactivation. Larry sends his regrets but couldn't make it, so I'm going to try to fill in for him. And what we wanted to do before we turn it over to Trey was kind of just give you some general understanding of the department's decision making and how we work to get these surplus facilities into deactivation and then into decommissioning. So I'm just going to speak to this one slide here real quick, but I just want to let y'all understand. So what we have out there right now is we basically have 3 surplus facilities that we've discussed with y'all in the past. One is 235F that we're working decommissioning on, We finished up deactivation. Our group did the deactivation portion for that, and then we turned it over to the decommissioning group. The other one is the FNH lab that we'll talk about a little bit on the progress we're making with that. And then also our third large facility out there is F Canyon that y'all may be familiar with. But one of the things we deal with is, so these facilities, since they're nuclear facilities, they're very expensive to operate. And so once we've determined their surplus, because of the surveillance and maintenance, we still have some nuclear material in these, either hold up in the ventilation, there's fire systems in there, there's electrical ventilation systems and so forth. We continue to do the surveillance and maintenance of these facilities, and they're very expensive to maintain even though they're surplus facilities. So what we want to do is we want to try to start rolling back those costs every year, but do that safely and get the facility into a more cost-effective, and then eventually get it to an end state. So one of the challenges we have is with these facilities is to try to figure out how efficiently we can go and do this process and get them into deactivation. So I want to just talk real quick about that. So what we do here is the key point for deactivation is on the second. Let me hold the pointer actually. Thank you. So one of the things we want to do here is we're trying to eliminate these hazards. That's a key point. For instance, if we have electricity in there, you can appreciate electricity can start a fire. If we have combustibles and other materials in there, that would propagate a fire. And so these are the kind of things we have to go deal with. But before we can do that, we continue to have to do the daily surveillance and maintenance type activities in there. So once we start determining the deactivation, the first thing is we make sure we've all agreed that now the facility, we can start stepping it down. We don't have an active mission in there anymore. For example, the FNH lab at one time, we were doing analytical. I think the facility was running us around $80 million a year. When the SWPF came online, it had its own laboratory capabilities in there. So we did some consolidation and determined this facility could be excess. So we did that. And then from there, you can appreciate with all the chemicals in there, the glove boxes, the ventilations and all that stuff, we had to start pulling all that out in order to step down the hazards. So these are the kind of things we're dealing with here. We have to do the decontamination of the equipment in there, and we have to start isolating the facilities in there. In order to do that, we'd actually develop what we refer to as a deactivation project plan. And the key points with that is we basically do that with the design of getting to where we need the facility to go to, we refer to endpoints. Give you a couple examples for some of the endpoints as we want to basically eliminate the electricity to the facility. So we have to go figure out where we're going to cut the lines, where we're going to remove some of the electrical components to the facility. Also, ventilation, step down the ventilation. We have to determine what ducts we would go blank, what areas we would do, staying with fire systems and water and so forth. And then when we get to starting to mature that process, the next thing we really need to focus on is we need to focus on the end state. Where are we going with that facility? And so what we do here is we start sitting down with the regulators, because that's part of the process here, is where we're going to leave this facility in long-term A lot of our recent facilities that y'all heard in the past, like our reactors and stuff, we're doing in situ. We grout these facilities in place, but in order to do that, we need to decide what are we going to leave behind for grouting, which gets into some of the deactivation we talked about up here. So right now, I'm going to turn this over to Trey, but we have taken the F&H lab. It's become a surplus facility, and now we're in a multi-year phase deactivation. Hopefully when we're done with deactivation, we can then turn this over to the other group on the site that can start decommissioning the facility. So with that, thank you, Trey.
Thank you, Bert. Okay, as Bert mentioned, my name's Trey Gilland. I'm the F area deactivation manager for FH Lab. Just a brief background on myself. I've spent most of my career in F area, spent many years operating F Canyon separations facility, went into deactivation of that facility, then I moved over to F&H Lab operations, operated that facility until about 2018. We'll talk about that in a minute, and then transitioned into deactivation of F&H Lab. So a little background on F&H Lab. It was originally built specifically for the F&H separation facilities, F Canyon, H Canyon, FB line, HB line, tank forms. Over the years, the capabilities expanded, and we began taking off-site samples from all over the country and even all over the world. We had some really unique capabilities here in the laboratory. The special heavy water analysis, asbestos analysis, that would be contaminated asbestos that we could put in glove boxes and check. The plutonium metal exchange program with LANL, and finally one of, if I'm not mistaken, 2 thermoionization mass spectrometers, or TIMS, and ICP mass specs. So those were very unique to F&H Lab. I think there was only one other location with those capabilities. As far as buildings in the lab, there are 4 primary buildings. You have 772F. That was the original laboratory built in the early 1950s, placed into service around 1953. It is a full concrete structure. The next facility, 772-1 Foxtrot, it's a little lesser robust facility, built in the 1980s, put in service around 1987. It had some advanced technology compared to the 1953 version. You had, in the late 80s, there was a ventilation upset in 772 Foxtrot, which caused us to shut down our ventilation and actually fabricate or construct a ventilation building, which is 772-4 Foxtrot on the east side of the lab, and that is the exhaust ventilation for 772 Foxtrot. You have ancillary structures, you have diesel generator buildings, we have a chiller plant that provides chilled water for conditioning of air, and various other storage buildings. Here's a little timeline. As Bert mentioned, around FY18, with other facilities shutting down, processes shutting down, another lab coming online for the liquid waste side, it just got cost prohibitive for us to keep and continue operating FH Lab. So in FY18, we decided to transition our processes from F area to the B area laboratories and the Savannah River National Laboratory in A area. So that began in 2018. And as we transitioned out of rooms in F area, we went into what we called a layup phase. We knew we were headed towards deactivation, but to go ahead and get ahead of schedule, we started laying up these facilities, removing waste, removing chemicals, removing equipment. And we continued that through 2021. In 2021, the complete transition of all analytical processes was moved from F area to A area or B area, and there were absolutely no analytical operations at FH Lab. That same year, Bert mentioned the safe shutdown and deactivation project plan, as well as the endpoints document. Those were developed and approved, and as Bert mentioned, it prepares for a long-term safe safe storage of the facilities until we can turn it over for decommissioning. In October of 2021, the department authorized excess in the facilities, and we began deactivation of these buildings. Our plan, we separated these buildings into zones. For instance, we would identify high hazard, high radiological areas, and that would become a zone, a target zone with specific endpoints that we would go to meet the final end state of that. And there are a number of zones in both buildings. I'll show you a map or a diagram a little bit later in the presentation. March 2023, so from October 2021 to March 2023, we're going after these zones with specific endpoints, going after each building, and we were challenged in 2023, how can we reduce cost and accelerate deactivation? So what we recognized was one of our biggest costs was steam. Steam's used strictly in the lab to condition air, which was very important when you were running analytical processes because the instrumentation is very sensitive. But for deactivation of a facility, temperatures are not that critical. So we recognized we could shut down steam in March 2023, and we adjusted our deactivation plan. We called it a pivot to unconditioned air. And we kind of transitioned from specific zone deactivation to isolation of steam and utilities. Now, what comes with isolation of steam is water services, because steam, like I said, it controls temperatures in these buildings, which also prevents potential freezing from our water systems. So to shut down steam, we have to shut down all of our water systems in the facilities as well. In May of 2024, we successfully shut down steam and water to building 772-1F. We went after that building first because it was not housed with personnel. It simply had some equipment operating in it. So we shut down all water services, that's steam, domestic water, processed water, and fire water. In September of 2024, we isolated steam to building 772F and 285-3F chiller plant. So basically what we did for the F&H lab facilities is we discontinued steam for all facilities, which took us to a zero cost for FY25 for steam. So here's a status of our deactivation of the labs. So the labs for the analytical process use 4 different types of containment to analyze radiological or industrial hygiene samples. The lesser to the higher contaminated, you would use a radio bench, which you can see right here. It's basically a stainless enclosure that has a little opening where your hands can go in. It's exhausted. That's your lower level, lower hazard samples. If it were a little moderate risk, you would go into what is a radio hood, and this is a containment unit that has a sash that you raise and lower depending on the samples you're operating. And then when you get into the much worse samples, you go into glove boxes, which is a fully enclosed, sealed, exhausted containment unit that you operate equipment and analyze the samples through these gloves right here. So these are before and after photos. You have the before here, you can see chemical standards, sources, everything the analytical group needed to analyze the samples. And that is a typical lab right there. It was stacked with chemicals and standards throughout. You can see the equipment all over the countertops. And you can't see it very well, but that equipment's inside glove boxes, benches, and radio hoods. So what we did for the status of this, the glove boxes, we had 71 glove boxes. All have been deactivated. 118 radio hoods, all are deactivated. 105 radio benches, all are deactivated. So the status is we are out of all of our laboratories. So we're concentrated on ventilation rooms, filter rooms, office spaces, control room, and tank cells. We have shut down a number of ventilation systems. Our glove box exhaust, we isolated the glove boxes, no need for exhaust. We've isolated our high-activity drain tank, which shut down our high-level drain exhaust. We isolated our low-level drain tank, which isolated the low-level drain exhaust. Shielded cells, I didn't mention those, but I will show you a slide in a minute. That's basically your hot cells that was where they operated samples that were too contaminated or the dose was too high to physically handle. So they operated that with manipulators remotely through shielded windows. And the vacuum system that supported analytical equipment. So for both of our buildings that do have radiological exhaust, we basically have two systems running in each building. The main exhaust, which operates all areas of the building, and the air monitoring exhaust, which is basically for habitability, to make sure there's no contamination in the rooms that personnel are working in. All other ventilation systems have been isolated. Shut down the steam and water systems of 772-1F. So this is your typical air gap, sorry. You can see we actually cut the lines. That gives a physical verification for the guys coming in after us that there's no question these services are isolated. The same with the steam. It's a small picture, but we basically air gapped in between valves, and that is blind flanges with just a metal bar to give it some additional support. And as I mentioned, all of the services, with the exception of electrical and two fans and 772-1F, have been shut down. Okay, so here's some before and after deactivation photos. We showed you the before earlier, where you see all of these chemicals and standards, analytical equipment. We came in, we got all of that out. We disposed of all the chemicals, all of the sources, all of the standards, all of the equipment. So basically, you have an empty room. You see this radio bench, right, radio hood. What we try to do is to get all of our equipment, with the exception of the glove boxes, down to contamination area levels or less. So sometimes it's not possible to decontaminate this equipment that low. So we have a special coating that we fix the contamination with. You can see that red inside the hood. It's called Fire Dam, and the University of Florida actually did a lot of testing on it, and they proved that was very effective to seal contamination on walls, containment units, floors, whatever. And we used it very successfully with the deactivation of 235F as well. Here are your shielded cells. I mentioned that these are actually manipulator arms, and the analytical cell operators would remotely run samples on equipment using a manipulator outside that controlled that arm. And these were really in bad shape. It's typical when you're trying to operate a process. Let's bring it in, we'll take the waste out later. Well, eventually you get to the point that it's full, and that's how it was for deactivation. When they got turned over, we cleaned all of the cells out, decontaminated those with acid remotely, flushed them 3 times, and left them just like that. So here are your glove boxes. This was an operable glove box where I mentioned you put your hands inside this unit, do everything you need to do with the analytical equipment. And this is a post-deactivated glove box. The gloves have been removed. The glove ports have been capped and sealed with metal plates, and the inlet HEPA filters have been capped and are vented naturally with a small nuke-fill HEPA filter, and they're isolated from the system, the fan system as well. So I talked about zones. These are the zones of the map, or of the maps of the building indicating zones. So for instance, this zone right here, this is 772F. It's our basement. We call it our service floor because that's where all of the services entered the building and then went up to the labs. This area right here that's highlighted, we deactivated it a couple years ago. It contained mostly HEPA filters and process lines. So it was shielded area A, B, and C, as well as shielded area E, which was a high activity drain tank. These were probably the nastiest areas in the lab, the highly contaminated, high risk, potential contamination to the workers. And there was a lot of work. Again, it was kind of like I mentioned, over the years, work would take place in these areas. And then as you come out, we'll get this equipment, later. Leave it in, we'll take care of it later. We might need it again. So it took us months of working in plastic suits every day to get these areas cleaned out. I'll move to 772 1F, the main floor. As I mentioned, all of the labs here have been deactivated. So we're in office spaces, corridors, lunchrooms, restrooms. That's what remains here, as well as the tank cells outside and the fan and filter room. These areas, we use this for filler work. It's clean in RBA areas, and we work that as filler work, just removing waste. Most of the chemicals have been removed from the building. All of the sources, all of the true waste has been removed. Moving to 772 1F, this building is, for the most part, deactivated. The only reason we don't continue with the entire building right at this moment is this area right here. This is a former control room that has a fire panel in it. And even though we've isolated the fire system in this building, the fire detection panel from 772F runs through the fire panel in this room. So that's prohibited us from continuing deactivation here. We do plan this year in FY25 to shut down the fire system in 772F, which will allow us to come in and isolate all of this. So here's some remaining scope for deactivation. As I mentioned, building 772 1F, we're pretty much done. We need the fire detection isolated. The last couple exhaust fans will be isolated and air gapped. The diesel generator will be deactivated. We're in the process of doing that. We expect it to be completed February, March timeframe of this year. And then finally, we'll isolate electrical and mechanical outside of the building. We have air gapped all of the systems, but as a prerequisite to turning it over to the Area Completions Project group for decommissioning, we air gap inside and outside where there's no question there are no hazards left as far as electrical or services. For building 285 3F, the chiller plant, that's a clean building. We have shut it down just based on not having steam. And we do plan to proceed with some deactivation this year of the chiller plant. And it's pretty minimal being a clean building. We have some hazards, chemicals, refrigerant, batteries that we'll have to remove, but we won't have the radiological complexities of getting rid of those. They're all clean, so they'll be easily dispositioned. And then again, complete electrical and mechanical isolations. Concentrating on building 772F, we are installing F-area alarms monitoring system or remote monitoring project. And what this does is this takes the critical F-area equipment, not just for the lab, but also the fans at 235F and the F Canyon fans. It runs these through a computer to a central location. And that will allow us to monitor this equipment from anywhere on site with Ethernet capabilities. So our eventual plan is to move all monitoring of F-area equipment to a different area on site where we can completely get out of F-area for the operations side. Disposition remaining chemicals, we're pretty close to done there. I mentioned the unconditioned air, steam, water surfaces, as well as the fire detection system. The control room relocation, that goes hand in hand with the remote monitoring project. Deactivation of office spaces, deactivation of diesel generators, which is complete since this slide was generated. The 772F diesel generators, there are 2 and 2 associated fuel tanks. They have been deactivated and fuel drained and dispositioned. The ventilation units have been shut down, so we only have exhaust being pulled on this building. The electrical and mechanical isolations, that will be one of the last things to do once we get all of the deactivation activities done. Disposition of 4 waste tank cells for long-term rainwater intrusion. Those are 2 low-activity cell tanks and 2 high-activity tanks. Our goal is to eventually grout those tanks and cells. That is not part of the deactivation project. That will be more of a decommissioning project, but we do plan to deactivate per the plan, which will allow us to dewater these cells in the interim until we can grout, and then transition to a decommission plan for grouting those tanks. And the last thing we're doing is we're having the Savannah River National Lab Nuclear Measurements Group assay all of our ventilation systems or sample portions of the ventilation systems to determine what kind of holdup are we leaving the next custodian of the facilities. And the last slide, this is just a little cartoon, a roadmap of where we went from FY21 to where we're trying to get to FY27. So it shows here, I mentioned in FY23, we did get a team together to review the scope of the deactivation plan, the endpoints, what could we potentially eliminate, and what could cut cost. And what we recognized was just steam and fixed cost alone was costing us $4 million. So by isolating steam, that gave us $4 million to turn around and hand back to the project to help accelerate deactivation and pull it from FY27 back in to we're planning on FY26. So that is pretty much all I have. I'll open it up for questions.
Absolutely. Questions from the board. Ms. Phyllis.
Phyllis Britt, CAB. I was just curious, I hadn't really thought about it before. When you're going through that process, where do the chemicals go?
So that's a good question. There are a number of places they can go. If they're clean chemicals, we can repurpose them to other locations on site. If they're contaminated chemicals, they went one of 2 locations. Well, I take that back, one of 3 locations. They could have been solidified and disposed as low-level waste, or they would have been added to our high-activity drain tank or our low-activity drain tank.
Okay. And then things like the gloves, that's true waste, right?
So that was true waste. That's correct. So we would have pulled the gloves out, and you'll notice in the glove box, there's always 1 glove remaining because there's a door between the glove box and the bench, and there's no way to close that door, so there's 1 glove that always gets left. But yes, we would take them all out and package those as true waste and dispose them as solid waste facility.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
All right. Any more questions from the board? Yeah, I mean, I was waiting.
Come on, Pat.
I knew it was coming.
Pat Kilroy, Cab. I had one question. I was wondering, did you find any really hot spots in the lab when y'all were doing the decontamination?
So we do have a few hot spots. One of the most significant is shielded area C. It's a HEPA filter room. It's a small room, probably, 12 by 12, has 6 HEPA filters in it. And many, many years ago, it sits beneath the shielded cells of 772F. Many years ago, there was a leak in one of the shielded windows that went through and drained down. So yes, that would have been one of the hot spots that we had to decontaminate.
Or are they going to just take the building down now that it's...
So for what we expect, 772F is a hazard category 2 facility, and we don't expect to downgrade that. We expect that eventually it will be dispositioned similar to 235 in situ, at least the bottom floor grouted, potentially the second floor grouted, or either everything removed and taken to grade. 772-1F, we do expect to be able to downgrade it from a Cat 3 to a radiological facility, and we expect eventually it will be taken to grade and be a concrete pad.
Here's your opportunity. Go invest in grout. Thank you.
Sure.
Goodness. All right, well, if there are no more questions, thank you, Trey.
Thank you.
right, we have now come to board business. Any comments from the board? Board business? Phyllis? Oh, public comments. I know. Well, still, but I still have to acknowledge it. Yeah. Thank you, James. I appreciate it. Do we have any public comments? No? All right. Now board business.
About the only business I have is first to say thank you to everyone who's here and who's been here for the last 2 days. It's always helpful to have lots of input from the board. Second, I want to bid a fond but frustrated farewell to a couple of people. Don's leaving. Yes, Carlos, is it your last? Anyone else? Carolyn, who's not here. Candace had to leave early. She has a meeting in Aiken at 5 o'clock, so she's already gone. And finally, the worst of it, as far as I'm concerned, is Heather. What?
I'm getting there.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
All right, I'm not happy about this, but we welcome Chris, who's going to try to fill big shoes. So thank you for all that you've done for us, Heather, through the years.
And actually, to piggyback on that, yeah, go ahead. I was actually going to mention the same thing. That was next on the agenda. So we're talking 6 years with the cab. Heather has been the one that communicates with you all and makes the reservations and the venues. She sends the reminders. She's been a very important part of the Citizens Advisory Board, and she definitely will be. But we are very pleased to welcome Chris. Chris, wave your hand. Let everybody know who you are. And so while we say farewell to one team member, we also welcome another. So thank you for your many years. And Chris, welcome aboard. I feel like, was there any? No? Any other comments? Okay, all right. I'm just making sure. All right, Phyllis.
Okay, first, there are not committee meetings in February, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the next time we will see one another, I hope, will be in March. We have yet to be sure where.
We will send you information.
So you will get notice by email, of course. Well, unless anybody else has anything to say, meeting adjourned. Thank you.
All right. If you're heading back to Aiken or home or wherever you're headed, please be safe in your travels.